Alrighty. Okay, so would anyone like to volunteer to do the recap?
Not this time.
I could volunteer.
Great.
Blue cap!
Okay,
All right. Okay, well,
let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, well, we start split up, which is obviously dangerous for every party. In that someone had a baby.
There's a really bad echo.
Emma, you have crazy bad echo right now.
You
are a parrot that has
everything.
learned how to speak in Bluey.
Exactly my voice. All right, yeah.
Is it better now?
Hello.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Maybe I don't hear myself. All right, cool.
Amazing.
Okay. Pretty soon, the people who survived the explosion coming out of the Chronologica, they're taken down to the sick bay. They're basically in heat shock, which is where Alexa is also with her new baby. Wait, what's relevant? Let me pick out what's relevant. There was the whole fire thing, and we're pretty sure that it's because where the Chronologica access was the city of Brass, which is in one of the elemental planes.
Yeah, elemental plane of fire.
Plane of fire. Yeah. Yes. Corvius is sort of after he's totally healed by Brian. After almost dying, he's okay. He has the reins for that. It's fine. Meanwhile, Siri comes in to see his baby, and he's got a bow tie that has baby on it, and he's got little balloons. And those of us who were with baby, we extricate from the baby so that he and Alexa can just marvel in baby. Okay. There's various sort of like mendings of clothes. And then Saraza, Nakia, and Keon enter. And it's discovered that like, all the other children that we had sort of helped rescue from the sisterhood, they had been able to be put back with their families, but Keon's only had distant relatives and ones who couldn't take care of him. So it's that Nakia in the meantime will help look after Keon, which is good because we're still doing things. Okay, sorry. Okay. Then we discuss Body Farm. There's memories of Terravine being that likes to farm bodies, and people will kind of pay to and they reside in that elemental plane of fire. So it's like, okay,
just gonna say, I would love it if Taravine was like a really friendly anthropologist and we just like came into his farm. He's like, look at the different ways bodies decompose. This is so interesting, guys.
Oh, you want to take them away? I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to kill you now. Oopsie. Company policy.
This is years of research. Oh god. Yes. Yes. And some of us, except for Neff, reminisce that Osha probably after hearing about Osha after hearing about Osha's sort of plan to try and get her brother back, which probably would have involved a pit fiend. It's like, okay, it's probably It's probably related. And then Nakira also is like, look, when you were all angry at Osha, I was like, oh shit, I feel bad that even though I was under control of someone else, that I fucking killed people.
One person.
And he
Was it?
one.
No, it was one.
Was it two?
I've forgotten. It's been a very long time, guys.
I thought it was two people.
I think it's
Anyway,
I think it's one.
okay, never mind. Well, he wanted to find out more about that, and he didn't kind of get all too far with it. But he kind of fessed up to that, and we were like, look, that's. I mean, I thought that was pretty kind of understandable to be like, oh, I've caused death. Yeah. Anyway, my next point here just says Danny well. It's very helpful me.
More than enough information.
It explains itself. Terravine's probably after Fey bodies more than not Fey bodies. So there is concern for the Ran, as always. If we kind of try and do anything about this, fiends love contracts. You probably couldn't have a paper contract kept in the thing. Anyway, so buy out the contracts. I'm not sure if that was in relation to Cass. Cass's sort of whole contract situation. I think it was. I can't remember. Oh my god. Okay. No,
It was in relation
taking a long
to.
time.
It was in relation to two things. Yes, the contract for Cass, but also for materials which would explain the inner workings of the city of Brass, for example, maps or any kind of written ledgers of what you would expect inside there.
Okay.
So you have an idea
Right.
of what's outside, but you don't know anything about how the city runs.
Okay. Okay. I think we do. Oh, wait, Brian goes. Is it Brian and someone else? Some of us go to Corvius asking
Yes.
about the Pit Fiend.
I think.
Oh yes. Corvius. In retrospect, at least of Louis, seems embarrassed that he doesn't know all that much about the city of Brass. Trying to send the rest of us away. Lest he blush. I don't know.
That's very cute.
I've just written here, elemental plane of fire. It's hot. Wow.
I love D&D.
Yes, indeed. Ifrit, I think I tried to be like, this isn't how it's spelled. Anyway, it's part of the info we get. Oh, okay. The brass, it's like the police, law enforcement. The city has very strict rules, so and contracts. It's all just it fits.
Yep. You have 3 minutes to finish this.
Okay, all right. Cass and Nakira and Keon spend a little bit of time chatting. Did I bloody write down? Anyway, and that's sort of where it's established that Nakira will be able to take care of Keon, at least for the time being, where we can then be back safely and make decisions about. Anyway, Sarza goes to Brian. Oh yes, Brian has a moss growing kind of incident, and Sarah's is like, whenever you feel like growing moss, give the mole a pat, and sort of summons the mole.
So what's going to happen, I think, is the mole is just going to be gradually crushed because the whole stair's just going to be like, because there's too much stress and he can't grow mushrooms. Anyway. No, he would take care of that.
He will protect that mole.
He would protect that mole. Yeah.
I think Sarza wants to help Brian, and so it's a very nice gesture, nice words. Brian gets Sarza and Miranda to be trapped by a shoe. And then we have some moss tea. And then yes, and then Brian and Cass go to Zarina for more information. And you're not able to teleport into the City of Brass without sort of punishment. It's like, oh no. Passage, you either get there by flying over or you get like official passage over the Sea of Flames. So we get on to, I think she can get onto someone who can forge some documents, but like that kind of won't be enough. We'd have to like come up with some cover. Also discussing destroying Cass's contract with Milan, either after forming a contract with the Unseelie Court, or learning magic from scratch, which sounds like it sucks. But maybe forever soul hell is worse. So I don't know. I think for those purposes, Zarina suggests to Cass to meet with the ambassador for the Nine Hells. I just wrote that down. I don't know if that sounds right. Yeah. Anyway,
There would be 9 ambassadors to the Nine Hells.
maybe one of those.
Yeah.
Or all 9 at once. Shouldn't it?
Panics that I haven't prepared those notes.
Oh, Brian, Cass don't have to apologize for the fact that Loran and Sarazar are coming with us on dangerous missions. It's like, what if we were in a universe that, they were safe or something? And it's like, okay, well, things have happened in this one, and this is the one that counts. And, like, they're good boys. I, raised them to be resilient. I mean, more than that, but yeah. Right, so the fact that we can't teleport in there and we have to come up with a story, we decide slave traders and some slaves to arrive, and with some of Brian's moss for cover. Yes, Mossman. I wrote here, Neff gets a good talking to, and I can't remember what that's about. I think acting. I think it was mostly acting. Yes. A lot of us have fun with some burgundy hair dye and some scale paint for Bluey to go under the moss. Natural sort of color. Anyway, Sleer Chester Sarah. They ask him if he could be a godfather to
I
Very
literally
pretty as
almost
child.
cried when that
It's like,
happened. I was like, I genuinely felt such a strong reaction. I was like, what?
I didn't actually plan for that to happen. That just happened.
Yeah. I
Gosh.
love it.
I feel like something else happened, but that's where my notes end. I think we all sleep.
Yes. In hopes of, in the morning, heading to, well, preparing however you wish to prepare, and then heading that day to the
city of Townsville. Sorry, Brass.
I was going to say the elemental plane of fire. Yes, but both.
Before we head to elemental plane of fire, I think Cass definitely still does want to see that statue of Alan. It might just be nothing, even if she can work out what hell Alan's from, so that when she meets an ambassador, she doesn't accidentally meet the ambassador for Alan's hell, and then be like, I want to be breaking this contract, and the ambassador's like, oh no. Yeah.
Wait till he hears about this.
Yeah, wait till I tell Alan what you doing, and I'll be like, oh shit. So I think Cass still does want to go see that statue, but like rapid pace if possible.
Okay.
To get to City of Brass, because that's the main point of the.
For sure. Let me just go through the only things I've printed off in a very long time. We'll get to that as everybody wakes up. So, you all wake up bright and early in the sanctum after 8 hours of rest. No dreams, no funny business, no moss, unless you look closely and you see there's just a little bit left over. No. So You wake up. The sun is shining. It's a lovely day. What would you like to do? So Cass, do you want to go first? Anybody going with Cass? As she gets up and immediately starts walking towards, well...
On the off chance that it's really dangerous, could I maybe tag along just to make sure?
Sure.
I mean, Cass did in the past ask you to come with her because she was like, "This is going to be potentially not fun." So she's going to appreciate. She wouldn't have reminded you. But she's going to appreciate.
I'll get the
you
defibrillator.
Along.
Okay, so Neff and Cass going off to find this statue. Now, the last person you spoke to about it would have been Alexa. So you can go and find her. You know exactly where she is. She would be still in the infirmary. So you go down there and you enter and you see Alexa is sitting up with a tray on her lap, piled high with what looked like it looks like homemade fresh bread, with scones and berries and cream and like cups of tea, and it looks just like a whole spread. The baby is in a little cot next to their bed, and Siri is there as well, knitting a very, very tiny pair of booties, wearing an extremely fashionable bow tie, which is also hand knit in the same color as the booties. The balloons are sort of at the end of their bed, and they seem to just be happily sitting, their little family unit. You go inside, and Alexa is immediately just like a mouth full of puff pastry, just like, "Oh, hey guys!
Oh, hey Alexa.
Hi.
How is
Hello, how's it
everything?
going? It's so good. Look at this! I've got a family!
This is the prettiest picture that ever was.
I know! I'm
So
very
cute.
excited. I'm very happy about it. Anyway, what brings you
Cass
here?
is gonna
Ellie.
Cass is gonna grow like a bouquet of flowers.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. These are beautiful. Thank you. What kind of flowers do you give her?
I'm thinking a bouquet of like wildflowers.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I feel like that's kind of appropriate. So there's going to be like daisies, some daffodils. It's going to be like
course.
some, the breath one. I've completely blanked on the name.
Oh,
Lily, come in for me. Where are you? Baby's breath.
Baby's breath.
okay.
That's it.
Amazing.
So baby, like all of those types of ones.
Cool. Yep. She's like, "This is beautiful," and immediately sort of tips out, like chugs her coffee, fills up some water and her tea, sorry, and puts the
I was going to say, I was
arranging
like, should be having coffee.
tea, sorry. Chugs the water and puts the flowers in. She's like, "It's beautiful." So,
And they'll never die.
wow, that's a strange fact, but I'm glad that they'll be there forever. Okay, so what are you doing here? I'm just curious.
Well, I'm sorry to like interrupt on your recovery / happy time, but I would still quite like to get in to see that statue, and I know you were the one that was trying to organise that, and I was wondering if
Yes.
before the birth thing happened, if that was in
It
that
wasn't.
realm.
Yes, it was in the works. It needs to be moved. You see, it's a few, it's a few rooms back, and you have to go through a lot of clearance to get to the back rooms. However, I do believe at least the records of it, which have include a sketch, a sort of a sketch of the relief, would be moved quicker. So those might be ready if you want to go and check. You need to go to the archive, and the there's the Museum of Unnatural History that's attached. It's just a very small museum, a very small room, usually very exclusive. But if you go to the archive, which is attached to the museum, you can go and ask for. I'm checking my notes. Ask for Simone, and she will be able to hopefully give you the records if they're ready. I won't be there, but
course.
just mention my name, and I'm sure she'll understand.
Okay, so just to clarify, like, there's definitely no way to see the statue. It's the notes on it and like the reliefs of it.
Are you asking Alexa or are you asking me?
I will do it in game just to
Okay.
check.
Well, if they're, I don't know how hasty they would have been. Maybe they have prepared it and it's there ready for you to go see. If that's the case, then great. But you just have to ask about that.
Okay.
If not, they
Perfect.
definitely have the records, and that should be enough.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
No
Alexa,
worries.
Congratulations, and I think Cass is gonna like chuck the baby under the chin and be like,
The baby is like, that's my baby noise.
cute
and-
/ not cute.
Oh my gosh, she would be so offended.
No, I'm talking about the baby. If it was the actual
Sure.
baby doing it, that's cute. But you pretending to be baby is a bit concerning.
Anything for the game, for immersion. Right, so
That's the entire rest of the game. Just all just go.
the things I do for y'all. Okay, so Neff, is there anything you want to say before you leave?
For leaving, I'll just say goodbye. It was nice to see you
Bye.
again. You have a lovely
Bye.
family.
Yay. And you can both exit the room and make your way to the archive. You know the archive is attached to the back of the High Solarian. The High Solarian is a huge structure. The archive is a lot more unassuming, accessible by a sort of like a sort of white, pristine-looking archway with a bright blue door. You make your way inside, and there is a tour group standing in a large sort of open-plan room. One side of the room seems to lead towards just a general gallery where there are some objects and items on display. The other side has a sort of a row of desks, like a counter with a few clerks behind them. And beyond that, there is a single doorway, which is a staff-only door. You can quickly ascertain as it is locked and guarded. You can approach any of the clerks and you can quickly find that Simone is one of them. And she says, oh, yes, no, I know that Alexa put in a request to have the item moved. If you want to see the item, you certainly will be able to, but it might take a few more days to move it, I'm afraid. But the records we do have. Would you like to see those?
Yes, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, just follow me. And the two of you are led through. You're led through the gallery to what appears to be a file room attached onto it. So you aren't taken through the staff exit, the staff door. Passing through, you see a whole host of wondrous and interesting artifacts, but you don't have time to stop and see any of them because you are on a time crunch. Paintings, statues, the like. Through to this file room, you are brought in, and you are handed a small kind of bound folder which shows you a thing which is written here.
Oh my god, this thing.
Oh my
Neff,
gosh.
have you ever seen anything like it?
It's quite
Guys,
amazing.
you'll never
It's just-
believe that it's real.
I almost can't believe that it's actually real.
I know, it's like such an abstract concept, and yet I'm holding the thing.
I'm
and
not even quite
it's
sure
just
how to
amazing.
describe it. It's so incomprehensible.
So, oh, I don't want you to see those notes. Okay. So the first thing you notice is that when you open the file, you do see right away a sort of charcoal drawing, well preserved, of what looks to be a fairly large statue. Given the notes on the side, it could be over 6 foot tall. It appears to be made from a hard granite rock. It is a cloaked figure wreathed in sand with a hand reaching out as if expecting something. The other hand is pointing to the floor. There are 2 symbols drawn on the floor in front of the statue. One, well, I'll draw them for you because I printed them off, so might as well. They are symbols. One is one you've definitely seen before. The other is one Cass. I think you'll be able to figure out what it is or what it implies. So, first one. The first one looks like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Looks at Neff like, mm-hmm.
Neff just kind of nods.
Oh wait, I fucked it up. Sorry.
Yeah, that didn't. I think I didn't quite get a good look at it. Let me have a look again.
Yeah, that second look, wait, close your eyes and open again.
And the second one looks like this.
Ah, okay, cool, yeah.
It's not a bow tie, and no, Cyprian is not secretly Alan.
Hourglass.
Roll an intelligence so I could get a natural one. That's what no.
That would be devastating. Like,
Can I roll
Could you
intelligence?
he'd be too.
Yeah, you
he'd
can.
Too pure.
No, he's too good for the world.
Okay, look, I'm not too far from a nat one. This is a 3 on the dice, which means that it becomes a 5.
What did you roll?
I rolled 5 for intelligence check.
No, but for intelligence check. It's a pretty picture.
Well, yes, but also I think that we can't be too nice. You're not convinced that Cyprian isn't working for Alarm. But I'll leave that to you, up at your discretion.
What else is there?
What else is there? Good question. So, around the sort of statue itself is raised up onto a plinth. Most of that you can just see from the drawing. Turning to the next page, not a lot is known about the statue or its origins. It was acquisitioned from a dealer from the region of Olarian and Gaikon. And those are the two continents who worked in the region of Olarian and Gaikon. Those are the two continents on which Apreya and Kalkan Kemrat sit, for example. The statue itself, again, not a lot is known about it, other than it shows a figure who is referred to as the King of the Rising Sands. And that is a name that you know has been attributed to Alan, and through your research, the very limited research you've done here, you've been able to sort of make that connection.
Mm-hmm. Does it show like what hell he's from?
Unfortunately,
like
it has nothing like that written on it.
I'm just trying to think if there's anything more. Is that everything that's in the file?
Yep, it's quite sparse.
Quite limited. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. If it'd be different if it was with the actual statue and I could arcana and like investigate that, but I obviously don't have that. So I'm just trying to think, is there anything else I can do with what I've got? Nah, most of my spells will just burn the paper.
No one can know.
Okay. I guess what I might suppose like I'm interested in like the stance. Where are exactly the runes on the statue?
So the statue appears to have been lifted from literally from the ground it was built into. So there is like a step up, and then there is ground around it. Sorry, I don't think I explained that very well. There is ground around it, like as if it's been exhumed. And the two symbols are on the floor. He's pointing down to them, and one hand is up like this.
Right. Okay.
So it's like that, and he's wearing a cloak.
All right. I don't really think I can get anything else from this. Simone.
Yes.
I just I'm sure all of the information would be in this file, but I was just wondering if there's any other information that you have had or got, or even if you just have some speculation, but it's mere speculation, so you couldn't put it in.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything that I can help with in this instance. It's very heavy. and it does take time to move. Other than that, I know that Alexa cashed in her favor to get this done, though, so you should be very thankful to her.
I am very thankful. I'm glad. Just be careful of the statue. I'm sure you guys, and like when I say careful, I don't mean treat it with caution that an old artifact deserves, because I know you guys would do that. But I mean in the sense of just be wary of those runes and things. I know you probably are, but just I can't help but say that.
Thank you for those words, and for your concern for my well-being. I am an intellectual. I am not an arcanist of any kind, and I do not interface with the items directly. I leave that to those with slightly more qualifications than myself. But regardless, thank you, and I will keep that in mind.
Does anyone who was an arcanist using it, who's been near the statue, have they sensed anything from it, or does it seem to just be a statue?
Unfortunately, I do not. I am not privy to that information. Those would be
Okay.
in the personal logs of whoever has studied it.
And I assume that those would be not available for me to look at.
Unfortunately, no.
No, I didn't think so.
The research here is kept extremely private for obvious reasons, and you could certainly try to access it. However, I think it would be quite the endeavor if you could. Any research conducted here is strictly personal research, unless it is commissioned per se from the council who run the High Solarian itself.
Going from the rest of our previous conversation, I'm assuming this will also be an I don't know / may not even be able to tell me, but I will ask it anyway as I'm here. Do you have a theory on which hell the statue is like
linked to?
Yeah.
What is your area of expertise, if you don't mind me asking? It might help me answer your question. What is it you're trying to understand?
Specifically, I have a personal connection with the statue. Well, not the statue, the person the statue is of. And I'm just trying to find out a little bit more about them without directly having contact with them.
Are you saying this is some patron of yours?
I'm saying that they're a connection that I would quite like to be rid of, but I can't quite get rid of them right now.
Right.
And I just would like to know what, if any, affiliation of hell they're with.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not 100% certain on any information like that.
Can I insight that?
Yes.
That was cocked. 16.
16. She has seemed very uncomfortable ever since you mentioned that you had a connection with Alan. And has become sort of has drawn herself away and increasingly less comfortable
with the
around.
connection. We, as you might know, as the group that I'm with, we have done a lot of good for the world, and we know that this the person this statue is of we're working against him. All I can really say, we just are trying to stop these things, and so any information you have, even if it's speculation, could help us.
I have nothing, I'm afraid, and I have to get back to my job, so I please peruse this for as long as you like, and return it to a clerk in the state you found it in. And
I might roll a persuasion just because I was.
She is so against what you were saying. I rolled an insight check, which the roll of which is determined how she wants to proceed. So I think you're gonna have to roll that disadvantage.
Though I didn't lie with that last. Bit.
It wasn't for deception. It was for whether
Okay.
she believed you or not.
I see. Okay.
Persuasion check at disadvantage.
$28. No. Yes? Yes. 28.
28, okay. She stops and she says, look, I'm sure you don't mean anything by it, but here, in a place where we are people of intelligence and science, we don't look for shortcuts to get to our magic. And I'm not trying to imply anything by that, but there are some here who might be less willing and less open to helping you if they know you have a personal connection like this. It's better to approach from an intelligent, the perspective of an intellectual. And I honestly have nothing more to say. I have nothing more I can give you, and I have work to do, so I'm going to continue on my way. Thank you. And she keeps going.
Cass turns to Neff and goes, well, that could have gone a fuck ton better.
Yep. How are you feeling about it all?
Would have liked to have got more out of it rather than be given shit for a mistake that I already know is a mistake. But you know, it's fine. I will try and speak to an ambassador of hell and hope it isn't the ambassador for Alan's hell, because that will probably backfire. But knowing my luck, it probably will be. So let's go out.
I'm gonna pat Cass on the shoulder.
She's gonna commit the the stuff in the file to memory, but she's like,
sure.
Not that, like, she thinks that if she actually could see the statue, that might have been more beneficial. But she hasn't really got much from the statue itself, because she implies that this movement is basically like, give me your soul and I will give you power, because it's kind of like that's what she gets from that. And she remembers it, and she's like, yeah, this is great.
For sure.
For all of our sakes, I hope the meeting goes a little bit more luckily than that. But I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah. Onwards, let's go pretend to be a slave owner.
This is gonna be weird.
Off you go.
Alright, let's go. Oh my god.
Alright. You head off into the High Solarian once more. Everyone else, whilst this was happening, it took about an hour and a half or so. What were you doing? What were you up to?
Me?
Everyone else. Anybody, whoever wants to go first. Baz sleeping in. Okay. Lads then also sleeping in. Saz would have woken up quite early. After probably before the two of you, Neff and Cass. So whoever wakes up probably he wouldn't be there.
No, I just haven't.
Okay. Everyone's sleeping in? Cool. So
prepare to be Moss Man.
okay, so Bluey is munching on some breakfast toast, contemplating how to become a Moss Man. Getting into character, yes. Okay, anyone else? Slayer?
Can I make some knitting checks?
Sure, yes, you may. They were gone for about an hour and a half, so I'll let you make 3. If you're being really steadfast with it.
Cool. That is let me do some maths. 15.
Okay, the next one.
Oh god, that's so much. 25.
Yep.
And 24.
Okay, yes. So you are able to make a start. And what are you making?
It's probably something just a little bit more delicate than what she normally does. Probably anybody looking, it would look like a baby blanket, but it's probably going to be made with like a very similar fabric to the one she made draw.
Sure. Okay. It'll baby blanket because it's so small. You can probably get a fairly decent start with it. Brian.
Maybe
What do
more
you
so pretending to be asleep. He just doesn't want to get up for this day.
Okay. Understood. All right. So Cass and Neff, you come back to the bedroom and you find Brian still asleep. Loran, well, supposedly Loran's still asleep.
Allegedly
Slia
asleep.
is knitting, allegedly. And Bluey is nomming on toast and getting into character. So, well, Shu as well is asleep, and Courage is up in the rafters, yawning and spitting out pink and purple sparks as he does. You enter the room?
I'll enter the room. You bet
Oh my
your
gosh.
bottom dollar I'm entering that room.
Okay, you are all together, except for Sarasa.
I'll go sit with Blue and observe her toast munching.
This is just cracking open a drink.
Oh, hey, Blue. Wow, you're really eating that toast like a moss man would.
You think so? I don't know how to. I'm a bit worried.
What are you worried about?
Well, I mean, we won't be able to understand. Well, actually, wait. Sorry. You will, but those of us who can't speak Celestial.
Abyssal.
The
opposite of that.
Abyssal. Oh wow, it really is the opposite. You know, we'll just kind of be sitting there trying to make sure we act like good mossmen.
I think if you want to, I think Brian also might know some Abyssal.
That's true. Okay, maybe I'm just thinking of myself, but I don't know. Like,
I'm just trying to ease your worries. Don't worry. I'm sure.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
I think we'll be fine.
Loran just like violently in his sleep immediately wakes up, cold sweat. I could have sworn someone just said would be fine.
Can I hear him from over there? Where am I in relation?
You're in the same room. You're in the same room. It's a small room.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Of course.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Maybe no, not saying those kinds of things and jinxing it.
Well, why? What could possibly go wrong?
Oh!
Neff.
Cass mage hands and covers Neff's mouth with a mage hand, but not changing anything because she's just drinking.
Sure.
But she's just like, shh.
Just like drink up, hand out.
Yeah.
Brian sits up and nods approvingly at Cass.
Mm-hmm.
Cass like cheers and just downs her strong zero. Like, yep.
How about? I hope nothing goes wrong.
How about everything will go wrong?
I don't think
I like
anything
that
could-
one.
We'll have reverse psychology.
Yeah,
Yes,
Cass is
Neff,
not letting
I
go of
agree.
the mage hand.
Great. Yes, Neff, I agree. Perhaps some things will definitely go wrong.
Yes.
At which point, the door.
Okay, all right. I won't do it for forever because that's just really mean on a role playing game.
Well, okay, I would like Cass for you to make a dexterity check for me, just to see how aptly you can cover the mouth, how easy it is actually to speak through it. Also, whether you're covering the nose as well and suffocating your friend. I'm watching.
9. Oh, I would never do that.
No.
9.
9. Okay, so it is.
Then again, maybe if it was a nat one, maybe I was.
Neff, you are able to actually verbalize a few words. It seems like Cass isn't really putting her heart into it. She's focused mostly on drinking at this point.
Fair enough. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, so you are legible to the humanoid ear. The fuck am I saying?
To the what?
You
Think the
can be
word's
heard.
audible.
I can be heard. Okay.
Audible. You can be heard.
.com. Sorry.
I don't think there's anything else to add.
Okay. Well, at which point the door opens again and Saraza returns with Nakia and Keon. All of them are carrying various trays of breakfast goods. Saraza, in his practicality, has also brought with you packs, which appear to be ration packs and bedrolls, etc., adventuring accoutrement. So any adventuring items, ball bearings, daggers, torches, sconces, rations, anything you had that was depleted previously in your inventory, you now have a full set of it again. And he...
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Saraza.
No, you're welcome. This is exactly what I did when I was carting the children around, so this is in my wheelhouse. How's the mole?
Brian just
Yeah.
pops him out of his shirt, pats his head. I love him.
I'm glad. And he begins to pass around a pack to each of you, and a breakfast is brought to you all by Nakia.
More food.
I spent some time in the kitchens last night, and whilst I was in between looking after Keon, and I made these and sort of motions to the ration packs, and I managed to kind of get in a good word with the chef. They seem to really like me. It's funny how that happens. We really had this bonding moment over, and he looks over at Neff, and then he stops talking. Never mind. Anyway. So I brought this all for you guys to get up some breakfast in bed, so you could practice your apparent you were turning into algae people or moss or something.
Men.
Cool. I'm confused by this, but I'm not going to speak too much about it. Got to look after this small baby, and the small Keon is kind of plopped himself on the floor and is kind of just rolling with his feet in his hands, just little barrel rolls around. And he sort of rolls to a stop at Bluey and Bass in between. Bass, fuck. I'm going mad.
Keon's taking over.
Bluey and Cass in between your feet, and he's just kind of staring up at you, drooling, Nakia lifts him up so that you guys can give him each a squeeze. And then he sees you have alcohol, Cass.
Cass throws the alcohol away.
Oh.
It's like it's the only time you'll ever see Cass willingly throw.
Can I
away.
dex save catch the alcohol?
Make a dexterity check.
Dexterity check. Let's do it.
Well, yeah.
That's a 6.
Fine, I'll
A
throw
6, it hits you in the
towards Neff.
face. Okay. Make an attack roll.
Oh my god, no, I didn't mean that. I just meant to help. I meant to help now.
Oh, I just wanted to shatter on the ground.
Attack roll with
Range attack.
Oh no!
Oh, actually, no, this is
Sorry.
an improvised weapon, so you just need to add your dex to the roll.
So I'm just rolling and adding my dex.
Yeah.
It's a
What am I
Molotov
doing,
without
attack
the
roll?
tower or the flames.
Okay, well, you're lucky it's not an attack roll
It
because
is an attack
I got
roll.
a 7. It is.
Yes.
Right, then
Because it's improvised.
25.
You get...
25. Does
Yeah,
that
it just barely makes it through the chinks in Neff's armor.
George,
Oh,
roll
no.
a d4.
to hurt Neff.
Can you make an attack roll if you don't mean to attack somebody?
It wasn't. I didn't mean to.
I threw myself in the way.
To catch the alcohol, so I was like, "Oh, I'll throw it towards Neff." It's Neff's fault for being a terrible.
I think it's
catch.
measuring how much power I cast through with.
Yeah.
3.
3, and your dex is plus
My dex is +1.
+1. Okay, Neff, you take 4 points of damage that hits you in the face.
Oh,
Ow.
you know what?
Sarah's
It's
wearing
literally my teacup. It's that. That's what happened.
Tiefling.
Saz immediately drops his packs and is looks at you, Cass, I don't think you meant to do that. Never mind. Okay, Neff, and
I'm so sorry.
it's okay. Sarah's immediately
Cass-
comes to the rescue, putting pressure
Cass
on
is
the
like
tiny cat.
holding Keon like, this morning has really started off so fucking bad for me. Like,
You feel Nikia
She's not
just
saying
slowly
that,
pull
but
Keon
she's
out of your arms. Just like,
no, Cass doesn't say that. She's like pretending to be fine, but
regardless,
in her head, she's thinking.
Nikia is like, looks like,
Cass is like, no.
I've literally
Let me
raised
hold-
him since you left.
Let me hold her, please.
Okay, yeah, no, I won't
What
stop you. That was a
is
bit
going
mean,
on?
sorry. Okay. Loran, from behind you, Brian, just puts his head on your shoulder and says, I think this is going to go exactly the way we think it will.
He's just looking between Cass and Ev like, I'm trying to decide who I trust less.
It's fun that both of these two friends of ours are compatriots that are going to be the front runners of this whole thing.
I think you're quite happy you got out of it.
I mean, I could be swayed either way. I just thought it might be better for the group if someone who didn't have to disguise themselves was going to be leading, so that if I did have to do some sneaky magic, I wouldn't drop anything in the meantime. But
Or you just wanted to be a moss man.
you can believe whatever you want to believe.
I'm going to go for a walk and I will be back in 6 minutes.
Can I come with you?
Brian looks like he's having a massive internal struggle, like, on my walk? My solitary walk?
You can say no.
You may come if we walk in silence.
Okay. Brian and Loran silently exit the room.
See you in 6 minutes.
See you in 6 minutes.
Okay. Alright. Where'd you go on your walk?
I think Brian's going to go say goodbye. Well, he's going to say goodbye to Alexa and goodbye to Aaron, which he calculates is going to take approximately 2 minutes each, so...
Yeah. Okay. Adding in time to walk from the accommodation to the infirmary. It's going to take a little bit longer than 6 minutes, but
He walks quickly.
so
So
you
he
go
has
up.
to jog.
Sure.
Oh, I can roll how tall he is. Hold on. Hold on. This is a very important roll that I have to make every single session. 5'10". Looking good today.
You look good every day. I said silence. Okay, sorry. I'm going to be. Loran struggles to be quite behind you, whilst Loran gets into a slight jog. You go up to Aaron first. You knock on his door. He answers immediately, and he's just like, "Brian, hi. How you doing?"
Good. How are you, Aaron?
I'm quite well, thank you.
Fabulous.
Would you like to come in and sample some potions?
Can I ask, does this potion do anything else apart from His face just like goes red. I think you know what I mean. Does it do anything else?
Oh, I have more than one kind of potion. I have potions that make you see things that aren't there, but like in a fun way. I have potions that make everything really colorful. I have potions that make time feel like it's going backwards, but also like in a fun way.
Why not? I'm sure we can spare an extra minute and a half.
I cannot guarantee how long the effects will last. Is the only thing. This is more of like a leisure activity.
How about you give us a surprise potion and we will test it out and see what happens.
He scurries back into his room and comes back with a vial. He has covered it in like almost like a bottle cover so that you can't see the color of the liquid. It's completely obscured from view, and he's just like, "You asked for this."
Thank you very much. Brian pockets it in fear.
Add one mystery potion to your inventory. Okay. Aaron looks over your head towards Loran, gives him a nod. You don't see Loran's reaction, but you can probably guess. Unless.
Well, Aaron, we're going to farewell you now. I came to give our formal goodbyes.
Oh, are you guys going somewhere?
Yes, we are going to a very hot place where we might meet our untimely demise. But it's fine.
Ah, Truth Toya, nice.
Yes, why
Very
not?
hot.
Yes, why not?
Sure. That's not what you meant, is it?
I think you might feel better if you believe that.
Cool, I'm gonna go back inside. Love you, Brian.
Thanks,
See you.
Aaron. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Lorraine.
Aaron's just not talking.
Door is closed. You can go down
Okay,
to Alexa.
perfect. Yep.
It has been about 5 minutes by now. So you jog down, takes about
He sprints now. He's like, bring up to be back on time.
you sprint. It is it's physically impossible unless you wild shape into. Okay, cool. I don't even know what would get that far that quick. But you sprint. Lorraine also does. The 10-ish
Not
minutes.
actually walk you wanted.
No. 5-10-ish minutes later, you are at the infirmary door. Go inside, and Lexa is sitting there, still eating pastry. Brian, hello.
Hi,
How you doing?
Alexis. Good. I'm sorry to bother you. Good. Sorry to bother you. Sorry, that echoes bad.
Is it me?
I was trying to ignore it.
I don't know why it's like this.
1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The
It's still
10
bad.
jewel commandments. It's still
Could
there.
you just turn on your mic? Since it's, I don't think it. Okay.
Better?
A, B, C, D. No. I think you should turn on your mic sensitivity.
I'm pretty certain there's no way I can change it anymore because I pulled it like all the way. Is that better?
1, 2, 3.
If it's all the way, you need to pull it in the other direction.
Yeah.
You want to make it
It
less
needs to be
sensitive.
like orange.
Is that better?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's better.
Okay. It is still completely green. But I
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not lying. You can look at the playback.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not. I just wanted to make sure. I just because it's not orange, it's green, and I don't know if that makes a difference and what that means at all.
Just
so
visual
I'm just giving.
stuff. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make sense. I think it's just like aesthetics. They're like designing it like, yeah, let's put it orange here. So let's fade it to green. Then it's red at the very end.
No. That was an echo.
Right.
Oh,
Is there an echo again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't hear one.
Oh, I thought George said that there was. Okay.
yeah,
Cool,
I
okay.
heard it from Thomas's, but we'll just move on.
Move on. Okay. Alexa is just like, yeah, hey, so Brian, what brings you here? Are you also trying to go and see that statue like Cass and Nefla?
What statue?
Oh, they went to go and see a statue of Alan earlier.
Sounds like them. No, I came to say goodbye. And
Oh!
hello to your child. Hello, child. What's the child's name?
Well, we're struggling just a little bit. So we're just calling it Baby for now.
Baby.
Baby.
When we return, Baby, you will have a name for a baby. Nice to meet you. Brian extends his finger to like shake the baby's hand.
You just feel gums.
Okay. That's wonderful. Very, very cute. Brian withdraws his finger.
You two will have one of these one day, I'm sure.
Let's hope you make it that far. Anyway, farewell, Alexa. Goodbye, Cyprian. It was lovely to meet you, and good luck to your child rearing days that will follow.
Thank you very much. And I promise that I will keep the Painite in good hands. Zarina seems like a lovely, if eccentric woman, and I'm excited to learn from her.
Good to hear it. And with that, we are very behind time, so goodbye.
Okay.
Turns around and leaves.
Goodbye to both of you. Stay safe on your travels. And then you hear the door just close. And you guys can rush back up. Everyone, about 25 minutes later, maybe just under, Brian and Lorraine return.
Distraught.
Brian is distraught, and Lorraine is like,
I'm
oh,
so
thank God.
sorry.
I've never been quiet for that long in my entire life. In this meantime, would you have made any plans? Would you have done anything? What would you like to prepare for your day?
I was just gonna say, can I make another knitting check?
Sure, yeah.
I think we're on the same room, right?
Yep. Everybody's in the
Yeah.
same room.
I think I'd like to spectate the knitting.
Okay. You spectate the knitting. As you do, you just see like a hand appear from the other side of Shu's fur, like from beneath a wing, just like clump, clump, pulling herself up. You see just the horned bed head of Danielle, and she's just like, I forgot you were all in here. You must never tell anyone that you saw me like this. Her hair was like a bee's nest on her head. You got to swear on your lives. Good. Avert your eyes, you mere mortals. You may not see me in this way. And she begins to sort of just like clamber down from Shu. She doesn't really wait to check if any of you are actually looking or not. She just kind of goes for it. She seems fine. She makes it to the edge of the room and begins to get herself ready for the day. And at which point Brian and Loran will walk back in.
I think Cass would go up to Neff and go, before we go, I think we should maybe come up with a slight code word for like, or maybe several. If one of us is being like, I'm struggling with a lie, or just to take over, or I feel like we need some sort of signal.
You mean between the two of us?
Things. Between the two of us, because I can message anyone in the group to let them know that we're, if we need them.
Okay.
But I feel like in Abyssal that we could say to each other, which wouldn't arouse a suspicion from whoever we're in front of.
Okay, what kind of word should we use?
To be honest, I reckon a good swear word wouldn't be amiss. Like, I feel like people can just swear, and that would just be, if we're slavers, we can, and then we could like pretend that one of the Moss people have annoyed us, and just like shits or something. I don't know. But as a sign. But I do think that we should have some sort of. It doesn't have to be that. If you can think of something else that would.
Oh, I quite like that
idea. A random word that could be slipped into conversation without people being like, "Why did you suddenly go bananas?" Then that would be good. But I think we should have some sort of signal between the two of us.
We could make it a phrase. I could say something like, "There's a mosquito on your shoulder," which is unlikely because mosquitoes would
they have mosquitoes in the elemental plane of fire?
Well, we could pass it off as a joke between the two of us. You know, like a made you look kind of thing, if it really gets suspicious.
Do they?
Oh, I feel like that might attract more suspicion. If we're mid-conversation, and there's something on your shoulder, and I go, and then we're like, excuse us a second. I think Nev that could be a good idea if we were maybe in the like material plane.
It's okay. I've lived long enough to know what could be a good idea really means. I like your idea.
Do you like? Do you have a preference on what
on the specific swear? On
the specific swear.
Fiddlesticks.
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, that tracks for a couple of slave owners. Fiddlesticks.
Look, we're really old timey. We're classical kind. We could say, damn it to the 9 planes of hell.
Or maybe, you know, heavens be damned or something like that. You're in.
That.
Oh,
I like.
That sounds good.
That.
Heavens be damned. Good, or as we say in Abyssal.
If we say that, then we have to like. There's something going wrong, and I'm assuming that. Maybe assume. Makes an ass out of me and you, but anyway. But we need to. So if one of us is talking, and then the other person says it, then the other person needs to help out, and blah blah.
I guess we
can
like
a signal for some sort of problem.
Yeah.
Which we won't know exactly what until we need the signal, and then
I guess
we'll know.
So I guess what the signal is for. It's an all-encompassing sort of. I have a problem alert.
I have a problem alert. Yes. I will also, when Brian comes back, If
He is back.
unless
by
Brian is back. Okay.
He was
Brian,
back like
if
a
you
couple
hear-
minutes ago.
Who else speaks Abyssal? So Brian. Does anyone else? No. Okay. So Brian, if you hear us, one of us say, "Heavens be damned," then it is a signal for something going a little bit wrong.
Wrong beyond everything that's already going wrong.
Yes.
Correct.
You know,
but
the
I
really
will
bad
also-
kind of wrong, I'm assuming.
The really bad kind of wrong. But I will also
Like-
message people, but just so that you are aware.
Understood.
Mhm.
I can polymorph everyone in this group, just so everyone knows. So if you feel my magic, just let me do it, because it would be really fun.
Don't maybe do that on, like, if we need that, I'll message you and be like, polymorph.
Can you imagine
And
we're
then
like
my
that's
instinct.
the signal.
we're like negotiating
Well,
with the
as a-
guards there, and then you feel this like, and then you're a butterfly. You hear this
As I-
cackling
as I
from the
just, like,
mossman.
Heavens be damned.
Oh my
because-
god! You know what I
There's a
just
mosquito on
imagined?
your
Yeah,
shoulder.
funny.
Wait, there's
know-
6 of them. How has that happened?
You know what I just imagined is you guys go up once the first time, it fails so bad, you polymorph, get out of there, change your disguise, try again.
Hi, we're a different group.
We are not the
Slightly
same people.
We're also here
All
with
wearing,
mossmen.
like fake moustaches.
We're a demon meat, and we're here with our more slaves. What'd you say? There were slave traders here just a moment ago. You ruffle my mustache. That sounds rather strange, doesn't it? My good fellow slave trader, who's also short, just like the previous slave trader. Is that a question?
Also, just so everyone knows, I also do have Dust of Disappearance, as Neff is now very... Which I'm not saying we use it, if we need to get out or something.
You don't have that.
I really want to be a mustache twirling villain.
Yes,
now
I
someday.
do.
Was
How?
it used?
Because we didn't use it. We talked about using it when we were with the sisterhood, but then no. Because
Okay, wait. Can you? So where did that one come from? Because Neff went to the archives to research.
No.
dust.
This was when I first came back into the party, and
Right.
and so I got
Okay.
a snake and some dust.
And some dust. I remember
some
now.
dust.
Okay.
But I've
There
not,
was just
I've not
I just
used-
remember
Yeah.
somebody made that mistake before. and I couldn't remember who it was.
This is I do have this. But it has we talked about it for the sisterhood, but then we decided to just do some disguising. But I do have that if we need it in the City of Brass. I know we also have spells that we can use, but it is also an option. I just want to remind everyone that it is there.
Sarazu says, so I think that the concepts, the ideas as separate pieces are good and could work, certainly, but this is going to be very dangerous. And if we succeed, this could make a huge difference and give us information that we did not have before. And I just want everyone to know and remember that we're doing this to get information, and we need to stay focused, stay in character, and stay alert at all times. All right. I don't think you need me to tell you that necessarily, but we do have a tendency to let our instincts get the better of us in this group, and instinct is helpful in life or death situations. But so long as the plan appears to be working, let's try and stick to it.
I think
Yes.
that is obviously, as Sarah said, is always very true. But I think we need to come up with I know we can't come up with maybe a more concrete plan because we're not actually there yet. But in the sense of, we know that there's certain things that we want to be looking for. Like, I know I personally would like to speak to an ambassador, and I'm thinking a way to do that is to suggest that I'm like, oh, can I speak to an ambassador and show them I'm so sorry, guys, my wares, And that could be an in to get to speak to them without being like, why do you want to speak to an ambassador? But there's also, we want to look for a map. Am I right? And we'll look, is that kind of
A map of the city.
the city? And
Okay.
we think that might be is that where we think the contracts will be as well? Do we have a sort of game plan? Are we going in looking for the ambassador? Are we going in looking for the map? I feel like that might be helpful for Neff and I to know.
I thought the contracts was our goal,
I think
not the
we should.
ambassador.
I think we're looking for the contracts, at least as
Then-
well as everything else that we're
okay.
looking for. But for the most part, since we don't really know exactly 100% what we're going to expect, maybe we should just focus our efforts on getting in, and then once we're in, we can figure it out from there. I
Okay,
guess.
so we're looking for the
I
I think we're
contract.
also, I think we're also looking for a forge. Because I heard that when I was like, doing my thing. I was like, I heard some like clanging, some metal scrapings.
That sounds
So
good.
that could be a lead
Do you
of
think
sorts.
Okay.
it would be a good idea to look for a place maybe inside once we've infiltrated the place to better gauge?
Mhm.
So you were
No,
saying?
no.
Oh,
No.
I was just thinking
I
maybe
thought you were done.
looking for a like a sort of hiding spot where we can talk amongst ourselves freely once we're in.
I can make that essentially anywhere, sanctums.
Mhm.
But yes, it could be worth making a base because we don't know how long we'll be down there for. Whether we'll have to stay there for days. Finding somewhere to stay and making that our, central point from which we can do whatever we need to do.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Can I clarify something before we go?
Yes.
Our main goal is to get to the contracts at Taraline.
Mhm.
Can anyone else here please put out their own motives now so we're aware?
Yes, so I actually was going to say, Cass, the more you were speaking that whole time, you noticed that Sarza was giving you a bit of a strange look. Like,
Mhm.
his eyes were kind of narrowed, but you can approach that if you wish to.
What?
I think Brian's a
what's
less
up?
severe reaction like that.
It wasn't. Speak, Sarza. Don't give me stink eye. By the way, Cass is very done, and she's not a happy person right now, so she's just like, say whatever you're saying, but don't give me evils.
I was only going to say, I'm pretty certain that the original goal was to sort out Karul's bodies, but the more you speak, it sounds like you actually have ulterior motives.
No, I don't have an ulterior motive. The main goal is Karul, but while I'm there, if I can get rid of my damnation, it's not an ulterior motive. It is I'm feeling very open motive that I feel like might not be the immediate goal. The goal is Karul, and if I can't accomplish anything else, I'll leave before that can happen. Obviously, the first and most important thing is to get in, stop Karul's body, and get everyone out safely. But I will not deny that I also want to be rid of my connection with Alan. And if the opportunity presents itself, I will be taking it. Not at the cost of our primary mission, but it is a very, very high second. For me personally, if everyone needs to leave, that is fine.
But you want to speak to an ambassador of hell?
It was more Zarina suggested it. That is not I don't particularly want to. If we're looking for the contracts, then my contract was potentially there anyway. And then if I can bypass talking with anyone, then that is, I don't really want to. But Zarina suggested that if nothing else could be done, that the hells are always at war with each other. And that if I'm struggling to locate things and things like that, then an ambassador from another hell could be of help to me. But it's not my primary one, because I sense so many issues with doing that and going terribly wrong. So that is not my first or most. the route I least want to take, but it is a route that Zarina suggested.
I support and definitely want to help you break your contract. So I'm not angry that that's your motive, but I think you should maybe be careful with that approach, considering we're going in on a stealth mission. As soon as we break cover, we're in a city that's incredibly hostile. They could just throw us into the sea of fire. I think if you're going to speak to an ambassador of hell, unless we really find a golden opportunity, it could be another option to summon someone in a place where we have more control. Because we are essentially going in stealth mode the second we break it. And if it's an ambassador of hell, we're dead. All of us. We can't fight that many powerful entities. I don't even want to fight the pit fiend, to be honest. I don't think we'd all survive.
No, that's it. I wasn't suggesting break stealth, which is why I'm saying that if we have sort of routes, like how are we going to try and win our way into the contract area was one of the ways I'm suggesting. One of the ways that we could get into see an ambassador is for me to suggest that I have slaves to sell to them. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but I'm saying, do we have these sort of stories that we can think up of to get into these areas, which I don't think slavers would just be able to just normally go into the contract area. I mean, I don't know, but maybe that is a thing. But if it isn't, how are we suggesting that we want to get into there? But as Neff says, it might be a case of just getting in there and evaluating the system, like what our plan once we're there.
Honestly,
but it was just.
I agree totally with Neff. Brian looks surprised that he was saying this.
Loran's jaw drops to the floor.
Neff looks surprised.
It's a very smart statement by Neff, I think.
Saraza stops, just puts her hands up and he says, I think I hear what you're saying, Cass, and I think that I believe that you don't have any ulterior motives. I'm sorry that I misjudged you. But I also hear the others, and we just need to be careful. And I think another thing to remember is that by nature, the mission that you are pursuing breaks stealth. It's very personal, and I think it would be very easy to accidentally show our cards. And if we do this right the first time round, if we manage to go in and get out without breaking cover, there is absolutely nothing to stop us going back again when we know how the city works better, when we have first-hand knowledge of what we can find there. There's nothing to stop us going back. If we mess it up this time round, then we could be in a position where we can never return. So maybe we could take this chance to prepare. If we have more goals which don't look like they'll be achieved, that's okay. But we make sure we keep mission number 1, stealth mission, first, so that if the opportunity arises, we can help you, and we all want to help you. None of us want to see you damned. I'm sorry, Est. I'm sorry we can't do something sooner.
I don't want anything like this to put any of you at risk, ever. So I understand, and I'm with you all. If we can come back at a later date, then great. If not, then it's a problem for another day for me.
Well, we are eventually planning to hopefully defeat Alan, so worst comes to worst, we kill him.
That'd have to end a contract, right?
Leave from the death of the demon.
I feel like that's in the small print somewhere, you know?
Yeah.
Till death do us part and all that with all those contracts.
Well, you did basically marry Alan. Sorry.
I think that does.
insensitive comment.
I think that does sad things for marriage. If this is a marriage,
It's a very
Like, I feel like maybe marriages have passed when some people were considered more property in that marriage, but I would hope that that is not the case for now.
That's why we got married. We
Don't-
needed to fix it and lead by example, isn't it, Ulster? We had to show
Yeah,
everyone
don't-
what the best kind of marriage looks like.
Yeah, don't do marriage dirty like that.
Number one, power couple. We are an example to the world.
Brian nervously looks between Neff and Slia, just like, and Zara's like, oh,
I said what I said.
Celia just keeps knitting. You get the idea that maybe it's how she's dealing with stress right now.
You have made so much progress on your blanket. Lauren says, so are we having any kind of dress rehearsal, or are we just gonna go for it?
well, I was concerned about Neff's acting, but I think if we pass it off that Neff is the overly exuberant, bumbling kind of sidekick, Cass can probably play bad cop.
I think that might be a good idea. Cass seemed to have, I think, a lot of good ideas. So maybe if you're leading the charge, and I'm like your rookie slave trainer in training.
Yeah,
Sorry,
we can have you as
trader
my
in training.
apprentice. I think that would work really well. And would also make sense for if one of us started cursing at the other. It would track.
No plot holes there. None at all.
No.
And Bluey and I are the only ones who don't necessarily have a lot of access to magic. We've got a lot of access to muscle.
I guess
Alliteration is
Yeah,
funny. So
mean-
we could go on tail ends of the group.
I was gonna ask, I mean, if I did want to cast, say, Detect Good and Evil, either one, would that be helpful at all? Two, would other people be able to tell that I'm doing it? And
Maybe.
then that would get most
I
people in
reckon-
trouble?
Assume
I
that a
reckon
safe for
don't.
slave traders is evil.
Yeah, I think you're going to get a lot of hits on that. I think hold that if we need it. But I don't think cast that when we are down there. I don't think there should be any casting, really, of any kind. I mean, potentially Neff and I can cast as the people in charge, but I think if any of the Moss people started casting, that would, one, show that we had no control, two, make you more of an attractive looking slave, or three, make you less attractive looking and be put down. So let's just not do any of that.
And wilting.
Yes.
It's okay.
I think save that, because I think if we're talking about stealth and blowing cover, that could be a fast track into doing that.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna roll a brief foresight and hope that.
Sure.
Yeah.
You may do that. You focus on your sword, just kind of holding the hilt for a moment, closing your eyes, and you're just borrowing the power of Asalios, and it's not really coming to you, is it?
It's an 8. So
Okay. Hey,
yeah,
maybe
we'll keep
maybe
it-
it can save someone from
it
like a
can
crit or
save-
something.
Yeah, I'll just put that in there.
For sure.
8.
Mm.
On
All
the
right.
brief.
So Loran says, okay. So if we did want to do some kind of rehearsal, anyone have any questions they want to throw out there? Any like concerns, thoughts? I'm trying to do the Sarza thing and be really considerate and like actually plan. So what are we thinking? Is this working for us? For me? No? Okay.
I suppose if what Neff is saying is that we just try and get into the city, look for somewhere that we can stay, and I apologize, it sounds awful, but like keep you guys. Pretty terrible, but,
Guys, I
as in,
think you're
like,
really
as
picking
our
the worst
base,
possible
like,
words.
maybe when we arrive, we're tired because we've been traveling a while with you guys. So we just want to like be like, we just want to set up camp before we go and try and sell you. And then that way, that's just trying to get in and find a base so that we can then plan from then.
Okay.
If that's what we want to do.
Okay, we just go. We just beeline. When are we becoming Moss? When are we becoming one with the moss? The moment we arrive, or
Glance at Brian.
A bit before, I would say.
a bit before? Okay,
In
because
case
I
anyone's
reckon.
watching or nearby, or I don't know.
Probably teleport in wearing it.
You think so? Because I was actually going to suggest the opposite.
Okay. I mean, if
Oh,
they're
really?
watching from the moment we enter, then
Remember, we're
Mine
not
was Leo.
teleporting into the city. We're
No.
teleporting far
But
away.
even close by, I think it's good if you're moss men for longer. I just think that can't hurt anything,
yeah.
but it could help with deceptions if anyone sees us or.
I see what you're saying. My worry is we teleport far away, something attacks us, and we can't keep up the facade. And then people connect, oh, those moss men were doing mad magic on the way here.
I can grow
so-
moss until I die. Just in case it helps.
I want that on a shirt. I can
suppose-
grow most
wow,
of that
right.
I suppose the question is,
Go on.
how
Cass.
close will we be teleporting? Like, if it's really far, then I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying. But if it's relatively close, then I think we should keep you as moss.
I think the only place I know could. If we can't teleport into the city, the likelihood is we'll end up on the Cinder Shores, which I don't know how far that is. I've never been to the elemental plane of fire. But like, you know, it's I guess it's one of those things we don't know until we arrive.
Ooh.
Does anyone want a fun fact?
Yeah, I would love one.
I can make myself immune to fire. I have discovered this. So if anything happens, I can do that, but you guys can get away. So if you need to throw someone into the fire, please, yes, I can do that. So in case you, just be quiet.
I mean, I don't think any one of us is going to throw Moss Brian into the fire.
But in case you did.
I think
Lauren is just looking at you like.
Cass
I
just
think
pretended
Flea's
Brian didn't
expression
talk.
looks exactly the same as Loran's.
Yeah, I
It
think
makes sense. No, you don't understand. What if they say things like, what if we're being disobedient and you need to punish one of us? I won't get hurt because I can make myself immune.
well, don't be disobedient then.
Well, I promise I'm not going to be disobedient. But what if something happens?
The eyes
Cass
of
is-
the city.
Cass is going to mage hand Brian's mouth closed now.
I think isn't it at our discretion if whether or not you guys are.
Cass is like, we are never throwing anyone in the fire. Okay, if it gets to that point, like things are going quite wrong. So
I literally won't take any damage, Brian says behind the.
It's like we're in the zone and Brian coughs in moss form. Alright, you're out into the fire.
Assistant Neff, and I'm like, no, heavens be damned.
It's like, wow,
Stop,
your
what are you
assistant is
doing?
really like heated, man. Neff needs to calm down. Holy shit.
Okay, moving on. Let's just go. I feel like these planning sessions are getting me more concerned.
One more question.
Go on.
The city grants protection to, I think it's citizens or something like that, from the fire.
Yes, you know that once you enter into the walls of the city, there is a degree of difference in temperature. Also, well, no,
But
no,
just in case.
that's not what I mean. I mean there is a difference in temperature. It's colder. It's colder,
It's colder. Okay.
but it's not cold.
Okay, I think I'd interpreted that as like just the citizens or something, or you need to like show that you're, you know,
You've no idea.
following the rules. But yeah, I
Unfortunately,
have no idea. So never
no
mind.
idea. So what's the plan now?
That's all.
I think just can we go?
Can we leave?
Can we
Before we
leave
make it worse?
before Brian suggests being thrown into the fire again? And
That's
just-
okay. Let me just clarify. If you read between the lines of what Brian said, It was that if you do throw him in fire, he will not be hurt. So he's not saying, throw me into the fire and kill me. He's like, I'll be fine. I can do that.
How
Anyway,
much time
think
does he
about that
have
way,
to prepare that?
Instantly.
Also, does is the moss put in jeopardy at all?
If you throw it directly in a fire, yeah. He
Okay,
can
so
just free conjure it.
Brian might be revealed unless he keeps under the fire or something.
And then he can polymorph into a salamander. Wild shape into a salamander. See, it's foolproof. Brian is like explaining this plan as he goes.
Cool. So you're all on your way to.
Cass is whispering to Neff like, "Do not throw him into the fire."
I have a
I
question.
wasn't really
Who
planning
went
it.
to go and see Zarina the day before?
Brian and Cass.
Okay, and how much of the conversation that you had with her did you share?
I assume we'd have shared everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as you're making your way, and Ryan is like, so how are we going to get there? Because I don't know any teleportation sigils in the elemental plane of fire.
Weren't we supposed to also pick up
We
forgery?
need the forgery documents.
Oh yeah, the
from-
forge. I forgot about those.
Subtle TM leading.
No, Cass
Thank
hadn't
you.
forgotten.
Sure.
What we have.
We get there and we're like,
She was, she was distracted
It's a
by people
temporary
accusing her of ulterior motives.
Temporary setback.
setback. Momentary loss.
So relaxed.
Cool. So, what are you doing next?
I assume we're going to Zarina. and being like,
Fuck! It's oh my god, it's Nibby! Holy shit, get out! What are you doing? It's a moth, guys! It's really big.
Oh no.
my poor heart.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry for your ears. I can't control it. I also don't know where it is, and I'm scared to get up and look. It wasn't even that big, but you know what I'm like. Okay, I don't think I see it. What if it's in my hair? Why do I live alone?
I don't think it's gonna be.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm sorry. We're just gonna go with it.
Do you need a break? We can take a break.
No, we're fine. We're just gonna go. I'm really sorry, anyone who was listening and had lost hearing just then. My hair has grown exponentially. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Thanks for putting up with my bullshit. It's fine. Okay, cool. Right. So, Dungeon and Dragon. What are you doing now?
We're going to Zarina to get
Yes.
the forgery documents.
So you're off your way. Go to Zarina. Fine.
Emma, are you sure you don't want to, like, I don't know, put a cup over it or something just to, like...
I have no idea where it is.
Oh, I
It
see.
disappeared. Fuck, it was a car outside.
Sorry.
Oh man.
Sorry. Oh.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I genuinely do apologize, guys. I wish I'm sorry. I'll do better. Okay, so you go towards Zarina's study where she's been working. Well, Corvius' study where Zarina's been working. You meet with her and she. I'm just gonna say, for the sake of brevity, she wishes you all very good luck and passes over to you the forgeries, which come in the form of a small round leather emblem with the sort of elemental sigil for fire on it. And then you have just a folded piece of paper with a wax seal. It's enchanted wax, she explains, so it cannot be necessarily melted in the same way that regular sealing wax would be by the heat of the plane. But you can remove it and you can open it if you wish to. And those are your forgeries you need to get in. And she gives you a wink and says, "Don't ask how I got them. Okay, bye everyone.
suppose
Stay safe."
If we can open the wax seal, by what you're saying, can we open it and then reclose it?
Oh, sorry. I meant
That-
more like a. It is something that is it is openable. I'm not saying it's not impossible
I
to
see.
open. Yeah,
In that case, I reckon it would be good to have a quick look so that I know kind of what
sure.
backstory that I'm kind of pretending to have. As
Yep,
opposed to being like, yes, here's my documents.
It appears to just be it appears to be kind of like a mass-produced letter of sorts, not anything particularly narrative. It just says a seal of transport with permission to ferry goods.
Okay.
And it just lists the amount of people and the cargo. So
Cool.
Can I rip on something real quick before we leave the room?
sure.
Can Brian yank out a bit of everyone's hair and maybe ask Bluey to bite off a bit of her fingernail so he can actually leave that in the room? Because he has some on him, but he wants to leave like spare body parts around.
He wants
Might
to
ask
leave
if
everybody
anyone
press
has
around.
any nail clippers instead of yanking it out. Just a little
Sure, you can do that.
He comes around with a box very solemnly. So put it in there. Please.
Okay, and you leave that with Serena?
I think he leaves it in his room. He doesn't tell anyone where it is. He's gonna just pop it in there.
Sure. Okay. Good.
Before we
All right.
go, do you want to reset our word of recall sanctums to here?
I was also going to mention that. Yes, good on you, Sly. You beat me to it. Lorana's just giving you a nudge. Haha. Yeah, shall we do that?
We should do that, right, guys? Yeah.
Or, okay.
I might draw a quick teleportation circle, just maybe right here, and gets down on the floor of Corvius's office. Just a cheeky one, you know.
Since we had talked about doing this last night, could it have been possible that we had done it last night? Since it does, for word of recall, take a spell slot.
Word of recall takes a spell slot to set it up and then one to use it.
Yeah.
So I need a long rest in between.
Since we had talked about it last night in our discussions, but we had never gone anywhere with it.
It's up to you, because I was under the impression that everybody was okay with it being the Ice Palace until it was like...
Yeah, because it's quite a significant thing which requires, setting aside time to set up a temple and to cast. I think it's the kind of thing you would have to specifically tell me that you're doing. Because while you did discuss it, you didn't act on it then. So unfortunately, no, but you can do it now.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you want to set up your temples? What are you guys setting up? What are you finding? What are you making?
Are we going there today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will explain to everybody that if I do set it up today, I won't be able to actually word of recall us back until after a long rest. Just so you're aware. Right now, I can do it. I can do it to the Ice Palace, to Brian's balcony. But if I'm setting up the temple today, then for the remainder of the day or until we take a long rest, I'm not going to be able to actually use it. Just so you know.
We could. We would just have to castle it. We would have to do it at level 7 as opposed to level 6.
I only have it at one level. I think I only have it at level 7.
Oh, no. Yeah, but you can use a spell slot higher to cast a lower level spell.
Yeah.
I think that's my highest level, isn't it? Wait, let me just have a look.
No.
No.
Oh, no, true. Yeah. Oh, no, you're right, yeah. Oh, easy. Then I can do it. What am I talking about?
Okay, then yeah.
Just use my 7th level.
Maybe if Leah does that and you leave it at the Ice Palace, just don't bring back a great fiery demon.
I mean, it's your balcony, so it's your call, right?
The garden.
It's not the garden.
No, I
It is
know.
It is the garden, isn't it?
It's the garden.
Oh, you did it in the garden.
Yeah.
Where Kev is, I think, right?
Oh.
There's a balcony.
Yeah,
There's
Brian's balcony.
Balcony. That's where you guys had your heartfelt conversation.
Yeah, no, this is where Kev is tending to the garden, to the flowers.
Who is
Indoor
Kevin?
balcony.
Thomas, who is Kevin?
Did I say Kevin? I swear I said Kev.
You said Kevin.
No, you did say Kevin.
I thought I said
But
where
I
Kev
have
is
heard-
tending to the flowers, not where Kevin is tending to the flowers. But okay, maybe I slipped
Okay.
up.
No, maybe I heard Kev is and thought Kevin and got triggered. I'm sorry that I jumped to
in the
conclusion.
garden.
It's because Anna and I keep triggering Emma.
I'd be
that's
surprised.
true.
If I did, then I wholeheartedly apologize, although Kevin was not part of my vocabulary until just now. I'd like to think so, at least.
You've never said that word in your
Never
life.
said
Never.
Kevin.
I've never... It's blasphemous, TBH.
Kevin is blasphemous. You heard it here first, folks. Sorry, Kevin.
Kevin's watching, just like,
What the fuck, man?
This is bullshit.
Maybe do set up a new one then, because that's in a big dome in the Ice Palace, and if you melt that, that's very dangerous too.
Alright, in that case, I need something dead.
I will.
Yeah, I was gonna say myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say my soul, but my soul is
You have
taken
that.
already. I
Well-
can't give it. I can't give it twice. Okay.
Anything
What
that
about a
the
dead flower?
dead flower I think would work. I've seen Fala
Brian looks so sad.
make a lot of dead flowers, so I think something like that would be appropriate for the Sphinx of Death.
Remember when she just killed that tree?
Yeah.
What is the
Impressive.
trick?
Oh. Alright, Brian will make Neff a bunch of dead daisies.
Thanks, Brian.
He will just let them wither. That felt bad.
They look nice.
They did until they died.
I think I used to be a lot more averse to this until I became an ambassador of the Temple of Death.
Excuse me.
That's the
I'm
Sphinx
so sorry.
calling right now. Jibakari, is it okay? I've got flowers for you. They'll be okay. He says they're okay. Does he? Religion? Can I religion check him?
You've done it before with the dead flowers.
Make a
Say.
religion. Just do it for funsies. Make a
Just
religion
for
check.
funsies, proficient as well. Why not?
It's not going to change the fact that you already know it works, but
It's a 9, but let's just. It's a 2 on the
A
dice
9.
plus a 7.
stop calling me.
I think it'll work.
You butt dialed me one too many times. Okay? Emergency line only. What don't you understand?
Emergency line only. All right, Sphinx of Death says it's okay.
What would be? What
So
would be the? No, this is.
What would be the 911 of Ashura?
911.
Sarazu! Help.
Help me.
All right, as Neff's neon green magic charges through her entire body, courses through her veins, she reaches into the sky, yells, "What was it? Word of recall, 6th level."
Well, I'm not gonna try not to yell
You
out
mean
his
what do we call 7th level?
No, it's 7th level too. Take 7th level now or 7th level later. It doesn't matter, does it?
Ah,
Or does it have to be
I see.
7th now?
I see.
Okay.
I see.
Sarazor says,
Wait, Emma, does it have to be 7th level now or does it have to be 7th? Can it just be 7th level when I
It's
come
up
back?
to you. Anytime you like.
Use the
well,
lower one.
I'll use the
Use
lower
the
one
lower
now
one
and
now,
keep the
then.
open.
Cool.
On the off chance I need to use like regenerate or something.
Yeah,
Neff-
because you can cast high ones.
Sarazor says, how long is this going to take to cast?
Let me check. It takes. It's already done, Sarazor.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's instantaneous.
Oh, great. Okay, well, I was going to just
Oh.
quickly go and make sure that Nikir and Daniel and Keon were all okay. But I'll run. I'll be quick. I'm just-
Okay. It was actually done
pop
before I
back
even
the
said it. It's just that's just all for sure.
Oh. Okay, and he leaves. Quickly rushes away.
Well, while Sarazor's rushing away, Kinsley has set up her own word of recall in this room as well.
You gonna do it? Okay.
Yep.
Go for
Better
it.
to have 2 teleportations out than 1.
It's
I'm
3.
gonna keep Corbius's tuning
I was like,
stick, so I
I
also
think
have
we're up to like 4 at this point, but still, it's like
Sure.
more exits, better solution.
Yep. You have plane shift. You have a teleportation circle, and you have 2 words of recall. So
Yeah.
Find your exit, buddy.
I think I can also plane shift with my 7th level.
you need a
Yeah.
tuning fork.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
You
have
can
one.
borrow Brian's.
But I can do it
Brian
in
has to-
theory. Not necessarily for this trip though.
Yeah.
Brian has
Brian-
one for. Should he give one to Neff?
Brian has one for the Feywild, I think, which
Yeah.
he's
He
his
has- no, he has-
permanent one.
But he's borrowed. He hasn't given it back. He hasn't given
Yeah.
Corbius's Ashissa one back, so he might give that one to Neff. Might be
Yeah.
like,
I was just
keep
saying, Brian has one that he owns, and then one that he is borrowed. So whichever one you prefer. Which one are you giving
Anyone-
Neff? Just so I'm clear.
anyone coming with me will be the Feywild. Anyone going with Neff will be here.
Okay. 5 minutes later, or 10 minutes later, considering the time constraints, you hear Sarazor rushing back, and he opens the door and he says, "All right then. Anything else we need to do before we go?"
Shall we start walking out?
Yep, we could. Well, I mean, Ulster, where would you like to send us off from?
Me.
your plane shift. Oh shit! You guys don't have a tuning rod attuned to plane shift 2. Hang on. My iPad is dead.
Sarah, not the iPad. Did you bring a charger?
No, I got confused. So I got confused because of tuning forks.
I like forks.
Hang on a second.
They help making
I'm just gonna check my.
good.
No.
Sarasa looks at you and is confused.
I don't know if I actually said that or not.
Okay. Great.
They help you
Yep.
do
So
the
you guys make your way towards the place where you know Corv. Oh, am I laggy?
little tiny, teeny weeny bit.
Okay. Okay.
You are delayed. I can hear myself on your end like 6 seconds later. Take it back.
Ooh.
It's so painful when it comes through loudly.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, it's
Hello.
me. Waiting for me.
How is she?
It's better. She's good.
Better? Okay.
Let's just try it and see how it
Alright.
goes.
Don't make me yawn.
So,
I got myself out already.
Oh no. Oh no. It's like a
still there?
8-second delay.
Yeah,
It's like
big.
in the echo.
That's-
8-second
That's
delay.
stop
That's
that.
me.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Better now?
I guess we'll find out.
Hello. Hello.
I love how we're trying to work it out by not talking.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Testing.
Better.
Echo.
Hello.
Echo.
Well, if it gets worse, we'll just freak out during the stream. It'll be fine.
Alpha,
Yeah, we'll just freak
Bravo,
out when it
Charlie,
gets
Delta, Echo. Okay.
Alright,
All right.
let's
So,
do it.
you guys begin to make your way towards Corvus's main office, not the lab that Zarina is working in. And on your way, you can speak to whoever you wish to speak to, if you wish to speak to anyone.
Can I talk Sarza to the front?
Sure. Ulster?
Who's about to sit around? No, I know
Who
the
was
red
about to
hair
sit
is
around?
confusing, but
Yes, yeah. Well,
I just wanted to tell you, as we are going into a very dangerous place, and as usual, there is always a risk. I know you're maybe not too super fond of the Messiah, given Loretta's connection and everything, but in the Messiah, I gave you a title, and I thought you should know it before we go to the city of brass. It was Sir Saraza the Beloved, and you may use that in the Messiah as you wish. It was given in Absentium, but it doesn't make it any less official.
he kind of like his step kind of falters, but you notice that he's sort of like got his soldier face on, like he's kind of like focused.
I'm sorry, it wasn't Sir Saraza the Funny.
That's in character, by the way. He just stops you for a moment, puts a hand on your shoulders, and gives you a hug.
Saraza.
That was it. And he's like, kind of lifts you a little bit. You're taller. Whoa.
Yes, I have been chugging the Joshin, and every day is a surprise.
As it should be.
Sometimes I'm taller than Naran. That's quite satisfying.
That's funny.
It's quite- I think he enjoys it a bit too much.
He kind of puts you down and walks with you, and you feel eyes burning into your back, but silence. And
Brian
Loran,
sticks his hand out for Naran.
you feel Loran just kind of like clamp. But Saraza says, "That means a lot. I don't know if I deserve it, but thank you. I hope I can earn it."
You've definitely earned this particular title. If you earn any more, I will make the necessary adjustments.
All right. I'll give you this one then, Ulster.
Brian looks happy.
He kind of ruffles your hair. All right, and you guys continue making your way towards Corvius's office to travel to the city of brass. All right, and we will take a break there. 10-ish minutes, and then we can come back. please
good.
nom some snacks and take some
And
wee breaks.
hydrate.
Hydrate onegaishimasu.
That's very important.
Okay,
Not
I'll be
sponsored.
back.
This is just tap water. So.
Boom audio.
Ooh, woo.
Boom cameras are back hello.
Ooh.
All right. So you guys make your way towards Corvius's office. You open the door and you find him sort of ferrying boxes and various tomes around the room. Hunched over, he kind of stops when you enter and just like, come in. Ushers you inside. Closing the door behind you, it latches shut, and he turns and he says, right, so I assume you're off then? Yes. Is all of you? Is everyone who's going is here? Anything I need to know before you leave?
We may not see you again.
Out some word of recalls, so we might appear in some sort of disarray.
Oh, if you see any
Potentially.
dead flowers around here, don't get rid of them. That's the
Don't,
anchor for my
yeah.
word recall.
I understand. Very good, very good. All right then. Well, good luck down there. I mean, I taught Ulster, so I think he will be fine. And I taught, well, Loran, so I think he will, anyway, make a scene. But the rest of you, I believe you have some high skills in whatever fields it is that you partake in.
Proficiency and disappointment.
Acting.
Well,
Sorry, just to clarify, was that efficiency and disappointment?
Yeah.
If you can be one thing, you should be efficient.
yep, this is very true. There is a all of a sudden a huge moth flies down past Corvius, and he's like, "Oh, let me duck to avoid this." Oh God!
We should be trying to bottle it.
Oh, excuse me. I'm going to bottle this to put it in my. Oh, it's close to my legs. It's settled. Aha! Easier to bottle now.
Do you need a hazmat suit, Corvius?
Poppycock.
That should have been the one.
Well, we had fiddlesticks
Oh
offered
my
up.
God! I feel everything. I'm scared. It's still down there. It's okay. Okay, it's gonna be fine. I'm fine. So, Corvius puts everything he's carrying down, goes over to his desk where you see there are a few instruments laid out, wrapped in various canvas cloths, and he kind of just like scours through and he's like, what is this one? Picks up the cloth, unfolds it, and in his hand you see a tuning fork. This one is a tarnished gold, almost burnt at the edges. And he says, well, this is the one that will get you there. So, shall we?
Looks pretty.
And he places it onto the ground, makes you clear some space, and I'm just reading the spell to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, so
Is it definitely for the Cinder Shores, not like the actual city itself? Because is it technically possible to teleport in there, but just you'll face a very bad time, or is it physically, magically impossible
I'll throw you
to
into
do?
the sea of fire.
are you
Do I not
asking
know
him
that?
this? Are you
I
asking
don't
him
know.
or are you?
It's an interesting question.
It is an interesting question.
What would happen, Corvius?
If what?
What Bluey was saying.
If we
Fine.
teleported, can you actually do it, or is it magically impossible?
I believe it is magically impossible.
Oh, that's
So you
good.
just wouldn't go anywhere.
You would probably just bounce off the walls of it and fall into the lava, but I haven't ever tried. Seemed like a fool's errand, so. Unless
But
that is what you wish to try that.
Yeah. No.
This
I
will
was about
take
to
you,
say, it sounds
to-
safe, but
from what we know, the City of Brass is at the center, the core of the fire elemental plane. This spell will certainly send you somewhere on terrain. You're not going to pop into the middle of a lava field. It will send you somewhere that will fit an approximation of the knowledge that I or whoever the caster has of this location. So the more knowledgeable the caster, the better. I'm very knowledgeable and very smart, so we'll probably be fine. We will be going to, a very good, fine place. Right then. And he puts the fork down, begins to chalk out some sigils, and he says, right, are you ready to shift into another plane?
Corvius,
Why do you all keep interrupting me? Yes, what is it?
before we go, do you know how close or how far we'll be approximately? Would it be better to be disguised now, or if we've got a way to go, then we'll not be disguised?
Not the faintest. Right, off you pop. And he starts to...
Brian will cast his moss just before Corvius is doing it.
Okay.
Over the moss people.
Okay. There is like a moment, there is like 30 seconds in which he's still preparing, so you're not instantly shifted away, but he doesn't seem to care to answer your question. Established before, but probably would have passed on, is that he seems to have
no knowledge or little knowledge.
Little to no knowledge. Like some, yes.
Also, I just realised we didn't check. Should Cass stay as a dwarf, or should she be disguised as another tiefling?
God, I was going to ask that.
I thought Cass was able to disguise herself, and that's why we said that Cass should do it, not Moran.
Oh yes, I do have disguise self. Yes, that's fine. Tiefling.
Are you a short tiefling? Or are you a
Yeah.
tall?
Oh, yeah.
I can, disguise self can like put you up a little bit. Let me get the spell up. Hang on. It can make you.
Can you make it a foot higher than you are, but no more?
I think it can. Yeah. So I would put myself as a taller.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I can see 1 foot like higher. So I'm now 5'4".
Still short.
Just underneath.
I'm now taller than I am as a person.
Wow.
Wow.
You're 5'1", right?
I'm not 5'1". I'm 5'2".
Small. Small judge.
Well, 5'2" or 5'3". I'm not entirely sure.
Small.
I'm small.
Emma, you could have deprived George of that much or that much height.
How dare
I'm
you?
so sorry. I apologize.
Because you're a giant, Emma. You're not even a
Yeah,
giant.
you don't know how it feels.
You're taller than me.
Lily and I are like 1
same
centimeter apart.
Sorry.
We measured ourselves. Same with me and other Emma. I don't know why I just appear tall. What does it mean?
Thomas is the tallest out of all of us.
Cass is now.
I think
Cass's
I'm
height
5'10".
is 4'5". She's now 5'5". So she's still a short tiefling.
She's an inch shorter than I am.
She's got
a 5'6"
2
giant.
to 3 inches of mine.
5'6".
As soon as you're taller than 5'5", everyone's like, "Wow, so tall." It's like,
It's funny that
So tall.
I'm shorter than Lily. I'm pretty sure I'm shorter than your sister.
My sister's 6'1", I think.
Wow!
Yeah, I'm shorter. Goddamn.
I have a very
My
short
daughter
family.
is like 6'4".
Amazing. My mum is
Oh, wow.
very short. She's like 5'3", 5'2". Hey, you
I mean,
called me
maybe
a
I should measure
giant,
my-
George. So you get to be very short.
Everyone's a giant in comparison to me. I am very short. But people never realise how short I am because I'm so loud.
Yeah. I have met you in person.
People are always really surprised when
I
people
w-
are like, I'm like, yeah, I'm really
Oh my
short. And they're
God.
like, are you? And I stand up next to them and they're like,
And they're like,
oh
"Oh
my
yeah."
God, I think like my energy just like creates a false illusion
Yeah,
of
people think
height.
I'm taller too.
Oh my
So
god.
Yeah,
once
I
I
was
was 170 centimeters, I was like, all right.
So I once thought I was 172, and when they said I was 168, I was like, what?
You're 168.
Yeah.
Oh, you're 2
Oh.
centimeters taller than me.
And
I'm
10,
okay.
10 centimeters shorter than me.
So I just had
Alive.
the fright of my life, which was I knew exactly where the moth was. I looked at it, had this conversation, looked back down, and it's gone.
That's
Bad
not to
heaven.
know, really.
This is the
Oh,
haunting
here
of
it
Hill
is.
House.
No.
Fuck you. You
I'm
don't.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I will stab Bluey.
Oh my god. I think I said 7
Oh
months.
no. Look, she can take a stab. That's alright. That's.
It's like, all right, everybody, roll perception. Bluey, roll with a disadvantage.
Bluey, everything with disadvantage from now. Right. So, as you all begin to moss up / tiefling up, you feel the world around you begin to spin just ever so slightly, just like turning fully 360 degrees and then quickly clicking back into place. And all at once, the images around you blur and then refocus into charcoal greys, acrid smoke, black shores in front of you. Beneath your feet, the ground burns, and immediately the first thing you find in what you assume must be the elemental plane of fire is a wall of heat. You assume it has to be 50 degrees more.
Brian
It
dies.
is.
He's
Yeah,
not
literally.
coming to this.
It is sweltering beyond anything you can ever imagine. And I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy. Right into it.
Saving throw.
Oh,
Yes.
damn. 21.
Okay. You're all right.
18.
Don't fail me now, baby.
You're all right, Thomas? I mean,
This is actually pretty good.
Neff, you're all right.
I don't know if that's gonna do it.
Louis?
14.
Cass?
Also.
14. Cass? Bluey, sorry.
Unnatural 20.
Okay. And Slia?
Oh, I said 15? I don't know if it was heard.
Sorry.
How did the Ice Prince roll the best Constitution saving throw
Right.
against heat?
Fuck. Sarza. Good on ya. Oh, Loran.
Nice.
I thought Loran brought the heat.
I know. He's going to be so
Mhm.
embarrassed. So, everyone, you feel a wave of dizziness just like shake through you, and you almost keel back, but you manage to sort of like catch yourselves, except for Loran.
Can I try and catch him?
Yep. Loran stumbles back immediately, just kind of like overwhelmed by the heat. And he has a level of exhaustion.
Oh. Oh no.
No, he doesn't, because I cast Greater Restoration on him.
Okay, great. Cool. Well, when we roll again in an hour's time, we can see if
Thanks,
anything
Loran.
changes. Okay, for a moment he's like, and then he swoons into your arms and you kind of pat him on the forehead and he's like, thank you, I needed that. Okay, I'm gonna get up now. Extracts himself. And you are in the elemental plane of fire. To your left-hand side, you see just a wall of smoke, which is sort of rolling up an actual, what appears to be mountain. It's like black cinder-like rock, as if it's been reduced, whatever was here before has been reduced to charcoal. Reaches up, disappears behind a cloud bank of just acrid grey smoke. To your right, no, to your left, you see a sea of lava as far as the eye reaches. Past, beyond the horizon line it stretches. And you see, as well, like a beacon in the center of it all, a city floating up just above the lava. There are waterfalls of it cascading down the rock and dripping, gathering at the bottom into one long stream. Leading up to it, you see a stone set of, like a stone ramp almost, which peaks up from an island-like rock set into the sea itself and leads up to what appear to be the gates of what you assume has to be the city of Brass. May everybody make me a perception check, please?
18.
Switching these
18.
dice.
Bad roll.
30, 20.
19.
19, 18,
Also 19.
19.
Damn, fuck, that dice rolled good. It's just on the floor. It shouldn't count.
It's okay. Well, you dropped it.
Flat. I
You just have
dropped
to roll
it.
again. Yeah.
Okay. It was a
If you
19 on
if
the
you-
dice.
19. Okay. And then I don't know what he was calling Neff, Thomas. Neff.
Dirty 20.
Ooh, everybody did very well. Bluey?
11.
11. Okay. Sorry. Okay. You see everything you see around you, and then everybody except Bluey. Along this shoreline, you see as well ships. Hang on, let me just scroll it on my notes.
Well, good thing we disguised ourselves as the Mossmen now.
Ships.
It's really funny because Mossman is a suburb in Sydney, and I'm just like,
Do.
it's a really nice suburb.
Do. Mossman. That's it. That's
Oh,
my joke.
that's a good one.
Thank you. Okay. So everybody who rolled well above a sort of 15 or so on perception, other than the city itself in the center of the elemental plane of fire, you see in the sea itself, the sea of lava ships. Hang on, I'm sorry, I'm so lost in my notes. Okay. They all seem to be making their way towards this stone staircase. Large ships, small ships, regardless of size, they all seem to be made from the same material, a dark black metal. Where it reaches the lava, it burns white before fading back into its regular color. The sea is so hot that it is heating the metal from the outside in. Some of these ships, you notice, look as though they are appearing just out of nowhere. Some appear to come from through the smoke, but others, it's as though they are sailing through invisible curtains and appearing on the other side. Through voids, almost. Or portals. From here, you can't see the dock clearly enough to see who is coming out, the type of person, the manner of people. You do see, however, that on this shoreline that you're on, there are a few what appear to be checkpoints, small buildings where cargo is being unloaded and checked before it heads to the city itself. They are maybe a 20-minute walk north of you, and you could make your way there if that is what you want to do to approach the city.
Before we go, Cass is going to say, we're going to say that the language that you guys speak is Undercommon. I assume everyone can speak Undercommon, right? Can everyone? No, right. Common then is this because
I don't speak. Neither of us.
Okay, well we'll call it common then, and then because we should be able to
George,
communicate with you even if it's just to give orders. So Neff and I will speak Abyssal to each other, but then we'll speak common to you guys. And I feel like even though you can't talk, you can understand. Right. We're now going to have to pretend to be nasty people. So get in a line, all of you.
Yeah, get in the line.
Loran starts like roping you all up. He's like, okay, so we're just gonna try this, and starts tying all of your hands and whatever piece of you is exposed and whatever tendrils he can reach into sort of like chain-like knots, like he was explaining before. And he explains how to get out of them as well. You just get your knee up and you down, same way you would escape from a zip tie. The more you know.
And Neff, what am I calling you?
What do you mean? Where am I?
In case
What do you? Well, I don't want to give you a name now. I'm going to be called Karen.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I fully expect to ask to see someone's manager at some point during this game.
I'm here to back you up. I'll be Susan.
Okay, Karen and Susan. Awesome.
We've already had a Susan in this game, haven't we? I feel like we 100% have. I don't know who.
Remember Susan?
I don't remember.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Susan.
I think it's either way. I think it's hilarious. This is great, and I would never ask you to change a thing. Cool.
Maybe they were a citizen of Mellas and we've all forgotten them.
To help with the performance, Susan, I'm going to give you the seal and our documents, so that if you're my assistant, I assume I'll be like, give them to me. just to like help
Okay.
with the charade, you know.
Cass is going to enjoy this.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay.
Also, guys, I'm
Loran
sorry in
says-
advance if I say anything that sounds really mean.
Sarah says,
that.
"I forgive you already. I know that I know that you are a kind soul, and you try your best."
I will get my
And-
revenge.
And Loran says to, "Yes, I love this message." Also, Cass, if you hit me or make a fool of me, I will also destroy you. But that's all.
Get in line. There's a lot of other people there. Right. Snap, snap, let's go. Cass is taking no one's shit right now. She's just a very unhappy person. If anyone insight checked her, you would not like what you found. Now, let's move out.
Okay, so you
Move
guys
out.
begin your march across the Cinder Shores. All right. Oh, Bluey, is there something you wanted to say?
With how our hands are, is it feasible to reach for a sword to like hold it to cast something, or is that just kind of out of the question for now? Like,
If you had placed your hands there and then had Loran tie them, then yes.
Are
it
we
could look like
flatbound or backbound is the other question.
I mean, he
I
would
think
have just done whatever you guys
front-bound.
preferred. Front
I
bound
feel like that would be better for you guys, no? So that you can like gesture and cast if you needed to. And remember, guys, don't.
He would have done it front
talk.
bound. He
Okay.
would have done it front bound,
Okay.
so you can walk properly, and also so you can escape. Zip
Okay,
ties,
yeah.
the little tie,
Right.
the bit where it pulls, you
Okay.
wiggle it around to the front, you hold your hands like this, you get your knee up, and you, with force, one big thump, and it's gone.
Okay.
Okay, remember it.
Remember, no talking. And if there's any issues, I will message you and let you know.
I've got the Mossman song stuck in my head and I can't stop laughing. So if I just break into laughter, that's what Brian is.
Mossman. Actually, we completely robbed Brian of a chance to explain what his marvelous moss hive
Yes.
mind creation looks like, and I really just
Oh,
want that
yeah.
content. So,
Ah,
Brian, would you please paint us a word picture of what the hive mind, the legion, the entity that is Mossman?
I think he
Mossman.
structured it so Bluey and Saraza are both tall, so they're at the back, and then him and Loran are at the front. And he's draped the moss, so in a way, we could be one blob creature, but we can separate if need be. But it looks like the moss is kind of all growing like into each other. So if we do have the argument, we can't. Oh, Cilia. I keep forgetting you're a moss man, Slayer, because you're too good to be a moss man. Slayer can. I don't want to cover Slayer and moss. Slayer can go in the middle.
You'll cover Sarasa and Loran.
Yeah. Slayer's too beautiful. We'll put Slayer in the middle because I don't want anyone to see Slayer like a moss man.
Loran
Slayer needs
cries.
to be protected.
Loran openly
Sorry.
weeps.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Slayer, you're gonna go in the middle. He's gonna like drape the moss around your horns, which are just slightly poking out, just so it's like a little weave. Yeah. And that's
Let's
the
give a
moss
logic
now.
reason. Let's give another logic reason to it, which is that from the middle you can touch everyone if you need to heal. I
Yeah.
think that's also very good, and I feel like
It's
Brian.
also just to protect your aesthetic. You know the real reason.
Wonderful. Okay,
I think
so
What
you
is
guys.
what is the order that everyone's taking?
Okay, if Sly's in the middle,
Brian.
then you'd be ringing around.
If anyone
many
objects
I
to these
I
positions,
feel like
please voice it now.
yeah, I feel like Neff. If you're my assistant one, you'd probably be at the back,
that's
checking
reasonable.
that everyone is moving. We've all got control, and I'll be at the front.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. So you have Cass. Behind her is Neff, with Loran and
No,
Brian.
Neff's at the back.
Okay. Cass, Loran and Brian, Slyer, Sarza and Bluey, and then Neff. How is that?
Yeah,
Sounds good.
Yee.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. In unison, you begin your march towards the checkpoints that you can see ahead of you at the Cinder Shore. Each checkpoint appears to be manned by a huge like hulking kind of creature, humanoid who you haven't ever seen the like of before. They appear to be an elemental of kinds. Their skin doesn't seem to have any discernible shade beyond the fact that beneath the film of it, you just see fires burning and shifting like magma beneath the surface of ground, ready to like burst at places where their muscles are largest. Atop their heads, they have these horns, and the armor they're wearing, much like the boats, is burning white. And even though it's pressed against their skin, it does not seem to leave any burns, any markings, any injury behind at all. These, for anyone who did their research with Corvius and Zarina beforehand, you would assume are what are known as Ifrit, one of the many elemental beings native to the elemental plane of fire. I need to stop calling it the elemental plane of fire. You guys know where you are, native to this plane. Okay. So, as you make your way forwards, how are you making your way? Are you going, like, guns
We have to
blazing,
shout,
kind of
we
like
have to shout.
with confidence? No?
Lost
Yep.
them.
Okay.
Yeah, with confidence. Cass is like marching. She's gonna like
Sure.
keep looking behind her, check that everyone is like as close. But when she's checking behind, it's not like a everyone okay. It's like a
Come on.
keep close, like clicking fingers, like such a clipboard syndrome vibe coming from Cass right now.
Sure.
We look so
Okay,
ridiculous.
understood.
In case
Okay,
anyone
so
can kind of
as
like
you-
also-
Cruel is watching
As
us and he's
this-
just having a really good laugh. He's just like, perfect.
As you're making your way, Blue, what were you going to say?
well, I'm thinking maybe like lean into the others, like not say to do it, but you know, like lean in to kind of look like sort of wanting to stay together, like you know, we're the boss
Sticking
man.
close, of course.
Yeah,
You can link
so-
arms with / bump shoulders with whoever you wish to.
And when we get close enough, Cass is gonna call out the back and be like, Susan, make sure that they stay in time. Keep them moving. Like, but only when she's in
So,
earshot
as you
of the
approach-
person
yeah.
in charge.
Sure. Gotcha. The first thing you encounter before you arrive are the rusted remains of what looks like an exploded ship. A ship graveyard of sorts that has been washed ashore. You see parts of a hull, parts of chain, bones even littered here. The bones are just a breeze away from just flitting off with the wind. They've been so carbonized. And the terrain becomes even denser with this rubbish, and you realize that the black shores, the cinders only go so far. At one point or another, it all becomes just leftovers from vessels which appear to have been blown to pieces. For what exact reason or how, you are uncertain until, Cass, you're watching kind of just ahead of you and making sure that you're staying in character, but also keeping an eye open, and you scan the shoreline, and as you pass, you see a very small sort of like fleet, 2 or 3 ships that appear to be bearing the same sigils on the side, and as they go, you just see a geyser explode up. This column of magma, which rises 60, 70, 80 feet, takes one of the ships up completely with it and throws the others 2 off course, capsizing them, leaving white hulls just floating in the water, sinking below. That ship that was lifted up, the magma falls in a sort of like slop. It's heavier, thicker, more viscous than water. It doesn't splash down in the same way. It waves up, leaving the ship behind, and the ship is just arcing over, and it crashes somewhere on another far side of the shore. And you kind of get the idea, you know how these ships came to be wrecked in such a way. One of the ships seems to survive, and without pausing to think too long about its lost compatriots, continues on its way. You get the impression this is just a workplace hazard. So it
Cass
seems.
acts like this is like not a surprise to her at all. This is why this is why Karen chose to transport her goods via teleportation, because she didn't want to risk them in the sea. So she's like, yes, I was correct to do so, and walks on like Oh my god! Internally,
For sure. Okay.
but not externally.
All right.
It's gonna be interesting.
It takes you about 20 minutes to breach the other side of this graveyard of ship pieces and metal. A lot of it has been smoothed down, but if any of you lean to pick it up, you just feel like you have to retract far away. It's almost like you picked up a pan with your bare hands. And all of you, beneath the soles of your feet, you just feel heat rising. Bluey, as the most armored of everyone, you feel like you're cooking from the inside out. You have the instinct beyond anything you've ever felt before to just rip off all of your armor, and anyone who's wearing plate armor or metal armor of any kind feels that same instinct.
Miranda was like, I wear no armor. It's fine.
I wear no armor. Sarazar as well. It looks like he's kind of, anyone who can see him under the moss, you feel like you can see Sarazar as well as kind of like shifting. He's wearing mostly leather armor in this instance, but the shield on his back is pressing like black rings into where it lies. Bluey,
Resisting the urge to conjure snow.
You do actually get the feeling, and this is a low-key DM hint, that because I think nobody else is wearing metal armor. No one else is wearing. Okay, no, cool. Bluey, you get the impression that if you wear this for more than, say, an hour, you're going to start facing some negative side effects from your armor. You can't exactly take it off now, but
No.
I mean, can I roll
others
a
around you
perception?
could.
Because I've got some armor on, so I feel like, can I have a look at the group and just check to see how everyone's doing? So if I need to message anyone.
From my understanding, the way the moss is, you can't actually see inside. You are leading them, but they can
No,
see out.
but because I've got my own. I don't have like lots of metal armor, but I have some, so I can feel how it's hot. So I'm just kind of like insight checking everyone to see how everyone's doing.
Okay, you don't need to insight. Oh, okay. You don't. Unfortunately, you can't really insight because they are. You can't
inside
see
the moss. It looks like moss.
But you can make your interpretation.
Okay, I will message. I'll message everyone because I can, and I'll just do it one by one going down the line. Like, we will, if anyone's uncomfortable or things, try and not do anything to attract any attention unless it's absolutely 100% necessary. As soon as we get to a position where we can adjust things to make it better for anyone, then we will. But hold for as long as you possibly can, and I'll do that message to everyone.
Okay. When it comes around to me, could I be like, I think I could take this for a bit, but could you ask Brian if he could conjure some moss underneath my armor, not just above it, like underneath my plate specifically?
Cass immediately tells Brian that.
Brian like sticks back against Bluey so he can conjure the moss more specifically under her armor.
Okay.
Okay. Emma Sensei, does that do anything?
Yeah. Now, essentially, you are adding another layer.
He can cycle through it, so if he conjures fresh moss, it won't get too hot. If that makes any sense.
So I think it acts more like an insulator because it's thick, dense earth sort of like material. So I actually think it might not earth like it's. I meant like it's in the same way. Sorry, I misunderstood. I misspoke. I mean, in the same way that it attaches to earth, I think it would create that layer rather than being like tendrils or anything like that. So I actually think it's going to act more like an insulator than a deterrent. But what you could do is at the places where the metal is touching her body, try and put it strategically rather than one large covering of it. And I think that could work.
Of losses, controls on water and energy fluxes in a Siberian tundra site. I have 5 minutes to read that.
Okay, but regardless, I think that it's actually going to have a slightly different effect here. But like I said, it is doable if you just put it in like a strategic ring rather than one big sheet. So it works. Yeah, is what I think would happen. But I was actually going to look up the insulation of moss.
Depends on the moss evapotranspiration.
It's
fantasy, so I think it works. It just works in a weird way. Okay, let's.
The burning.
I think it's
point of
okay. I
moss.
think it's okay.
It would preserve the
Cool.
temperature of the body underneath, so not necessarily the outside. So whatever Bluey's body temperature is, so it won't necessarily cool, but it will preserve through evapotranspiration. Brian is like going through this in his head to cast.
Okay, regardless of how it works in the real world, because this
Yeah.
is magical moss, I think it's just going to be a situation of a sheet of it is going to be sort of like more. It's going to be a bit too heavy, a bit more detrimental. It's going to be a lot more work and exertion for Bluey. But if you put it in strategic places, it'll be fine and it works.
Cool.
Like I said before, so it works.
Yeah.
And you're all okay for now. How long
We're
it'll
moving
go
on.
for, who knows?
Maybe
Okay.
more
As
than
soon as we
that.
can, we'll get it off of the armor off of Bluey. But for now, well, hopefully, as soon as we get, I'm hoping that in the city that the temperature won't be as horrendous, but we shall see.
You do know that you do know that to be true.
Yeah.
The city.
So-
Once you get to the city, these, as far as you're aware, this sort of temperature just isn't present. Oh, I think the internet went.
The moss conversation was too much for Lils. She's out.
No, no, it's probably just
Oh, no.
yeah. It's the computer's overheating. What a perfect.
Oh no.
Oh gosh, no.
Oh,
Oh no. We went to the.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to go to the toilet really quickly.
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
Yeah, me too.
plant. Oops. I meant to say plane. In it. Sorry.
Oh, she back.
Is it okay? Everything
if it's
became
okay.
really laggy for me.
If it's okay for you, it's perfectly fine on our end. Just take whatever time you need when you need to reheat your computer. Reheat? Put your computer into the oven for 30 minutes on 360 degrees.
It's like vibrating, but I think it's okay. It's just the fans are going very fast. So
Yeah.
That is good. Okay, we'll just wait for Thomas and George to get back from the loo.
I'm gonna get my phone.
Something about Lou set off a. I don't know. It's not a nursery rhyme. It's some sort of like. Or maybe it's like a melding of two different songs from childhood. I don't know.
That's fair.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Very unfortunately, there's been like the basically the order from like the health department, the state health department, to be like, okay, schools, make sure you don't run choirs because like that's very
Yeah.
bad. Which probably means that like our uni won't have their choir up and running.
Oh,
Uh,
sad, but also like
I mean,
you know,
like very,
safety.
very fair. It's just, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's certainly one of the clubs that can't like, like the whole point of choir is like you're practicing together, you're singing together. You can't really do that on Zoom unless like you could each record something, but you're not learning it.
Yeah.
It's like I mean, we're all breathing on each other, which is very bad. And like, I think the studies of like how far the like particles in your breath travel when you sing is kind of like meters.
Yeah, 'cause you're expectorating.
Sorry, what was that word?
Expectorating, you're projecting.
Expectorating. I've never heard that before.
I'd never heard that until today either, actually. Until just now.
until today. But not just no. Expectorating.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello?
I never left. I just saw a TikTok about post-mortem photography and was like, hell yeah, gonna click on that in the middle of my D&D game. Ha ha ha.
I've limited myself because my dissertation is itching.
What did you say,
What's your-
sorry?
I've had to limit myself on TikTok because my dissertation is very quickly approaching. So the holes need to be reduced to a certain amount of time.
Sure.
Lose your computer, okay?
My
Is
computer's
Lil's back?
fine. I'm here. I might just keep the camera off until it stops whirring, if that's okay.
For sure.
That's
Yeah, that's
fine.
okay. No worries, no stress, nothing at all. Okay.
You're a Mossman now.
So, Cass and Neff. Well, the rest of you also. But Cass and Neff, as you are walking freely in the open, as the only two kind of individuals recognizable other than this hulking mass of moss, from across the final reaches of this sort of this washed up ship graveyard, you see two of these Ifrit making their way from the checkpoint building, which is this sort of like metal composited shack, which sort of leads onto a stone outcropping reinforced on all sides by this metal, sort of like this strange grey charcoal metal that heats up white but seems to be keeping the lava away, leading up to a couple of ships. There are two docked here. One of them appears to be packing up. The other one appears to be waiting to unpack their wares. One leaving, one arriving. There are three more Ifrit lining the dock, and you imagine that there are more inside the checkpoint itself. It's not an insubstantial building. It's just a bit hodgepodge. That's a fun word.
I like that word.
These two Ifrit are lumbering towards you with their hands on their weapons. One is half pulled his sword. And in Abyssal, they shout out to you. Well, the one on the left shouts out to you, "Halt! Who goes there?
Cass
Where'd you come
immediately
from?"
halts.
Okay, they continue crossing until they are 10 feet in front of you, no closer, no further.
Cass, hey, this is all in Abyssal, obviously. This name's Karen. Back there's Susan. You don't need to know these guys' names. I don't even think they have any. Who cares, even if they do? We're just some travelers. We don't really have a home, but we just pick up goods wherever we can. Found these lot. Thought that some people might be interested in buying them. So we thought we'd try our luck in the city of Brass.
I love that Karen is Cockney. It's beautiful.
You know how it goes. Another day, another dollar.
I should make her really fucking posh. I should go full Karen. Yes, and we thought we'd try our luck in the city of Brass, you know. I'm a knob.
You sound like my
She doesn't
Oh
say,
my god.
she doesn't say the knob bit at the end, but yes.
I understand. They kind of look at you. Where's your ship?
Oh, we didn't come by ship. We came by teleportation to the beach because these lot would just get fucking destroyed in that fire. I mean, look at them. They're just so weak. And they're weak in the sense of fire, but good servants. And I didn't want to damage them. So, but I apologize for our coming by in a unconventional manner.
They kind of give each other a look, and the one who's been speaking looks back at you, and he says, "You teleported in." As in, from where? What plane of existence from whence you hail?
Came from the material plane. Found this lot in a swamp. So. Cass is not laughing.
Cats are an illusion.
I'm gonna back Cass up. What?
Deadly serious.
while we were looking, for valuables, we came across this lot. I try to mimic Kaz's expressions a little bit as I look at the rest of the group.
Looks between the two of you. Looks over to the
Susan,
Moss
leave it to
man.
me.
Okay, well, the other of the two has started to circle around and walk towards the back of your group, assessing the Mothmen. He pulls out his sword and
The
swings it to the
The
hilt.
Mothman! Mothman!
I am hell. Okay, right. I have a contradictory thing to say. I actually think the little arts of Mothman are really cute, but I just hate the concept of Mothman.
I think in reality they're a lot crazier, but there's like plush toys and
Enemies to
stuff that are
lovers,
cute.
Ember and Mothman.
In reality. Oh.
No.
Why would you say this?
I don't know why I say this.
I would
because do.
never. How could you even insinuate? Hey, I would. I found the moth. I found the moth.
That was your perfect moment.
Yeah. Also, I just want it known, not to anyone because I couldn't say it in game, but to you guys, like I did consider lying about the boat, but I just thought, no, they could have seen us teleport on. There's a lot of boats. I just didn't think that going with that lie was the strongest. I felt like we could back ourselves with a teleportation lie better. I wanted you all to know that I did acknowledge that potentially wasn't the best one, but I felt like of the things we had, considering how visible we were on the beach,
I was thinking, in that moment where they were like, how did you get here? And you were immediately just like, we teleported in. I was thinking like, these shades of Neff.
Yeah, it was a conscious thing. And Karen's confident with her.
They probably think we're incredibly
dickheadness.
powerful though if we're teleporting.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what they think in a
They'll
minute.
think Karen is powerful.
So, what are your names?
So,
Okay.
before I'll finish the action that the guy was doing before
Yeah.
we move on with the conversation, he kind of spins his
Right.
sword around, swings it to the hilt. Swings it to the hilt and sort of just like jabs the Mossman with a pummel. With the pummel, and I'm gonna
Oh.
roll.
Careful. The Mossmen are a little bit fragile. I mean, I don't. Yeah.
You'll be paying for any
just-
damages. See,
He gives you this look
Don't
like
damage our stock if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, first rule of Karen, don't apologise.
See, I want to just give you an insight into that sandwich double layered meaning, where it's like on the face of it, it's like, oh, if you damage your stuff, you're just gonna have to pay for it like monetarily. But Neff really means like, you hurt my friends, you're gonna die, motherfuckers. All right, that's what we're actually here for.
Wow.
roll an intimidation check, Neff, specifically, and you can do it with advantage because Cass is helping you.
Oh,
But
all right.
I will also finish the action of him hitting.
Yeah.
So he hits you with pummel.
Who's he hitting?
Well, that's what. Yes, this is the part I'm trying to. Okay, so Bluey, please roll a dice. I need you to roll a d6.
Oh, D6.
Yep.
Okay.
Whoever rolls higher is getting hit. It's between you and Sarah, so he's at the back.
It's 5.
He also rolled a 5. Please roll again. He rolled a 6. So
4.
okay,
Sarah!
is getting hit.
No, Sourzo. I mean, no for anyone getting hit. Really.
Sourzo.
Okay, he doesn't take any damage, but he just kind of go on the inside as you just see like this bursting through the moss. You just see this like pummel, and you see where it hits his clothes. Luckily, he's still wearing his sort of like leather plate. It just sizzles, pulls away, and you get a smell like burnt animal because obviously leather. Pulls back. So your intimidation check was what, Neff?
That's a nat 20.
Ooh!
Kind of pulls
Yes.
back.
Go, Susan!
Prepare for the nat
Okay.
one coming soon.
He kind of
full
just like
faith all along.
I actually didn't roll the second on advantage though. That was a straight roll. On advantage. Yeah, I mean the second roll wasn't as good, but nat 20.
So when he sees the two of you combined, this other guy isn't particularly phased, but when he sees the guy who jabbed in, he kind of just like puts his sword away and takes a step back. But he's looking at the two of you. He looks a little bit suspicious. The guy who's speaking to you,
Susan, check the cargo.
I nod.
Which is, again, secret speak is like, check Sarah so it's okay, but outwardly is like, if we're transporting slaves, and
I'm
it's
gonna like.
damaged, we
I'm
wouldn't
gonna put.
wanna
I'm
check
just gonna like pet. I'm looking at like I'm petting. You know, petting the moss Sarahs down. But once I put my hand over where he got jabbed, I want to do.
He didn't take any damage, just so you know.
Okay,
You
I
would be
was
able
gonna
to
say-
ascertain that.
I was gonna say I wanted to do a medicine check, but okay. If you,
Okay,
if
sure.
I,
Okay, yeah, sorry, I should have waited until you finished. Go on, roll
Okay.
a medicine check.
okay, it's not very good, but I have good medicine. It's a
You're-
11.
11, yeah, I think you would very easily be able to ascertain that there is no wound there, just from the way he reacts and from the feel of the bone. You're a healer, so I'm not going to make the DC crazy high.
Okay.
Okay, so...
How was it?
Looks fine.
That was to Susan.
Alright. So,
Oh no.
Oh,
This is
While the other
terrible
one is-
part we're having.
while the other one is sort of making his way around to... while he's making his way around the far side of the group, you see his feet eventually do just slosh into the lava ocean, and he doesn't even flinch. It's like it does nothing to him. And Cass, the one you're speaking to, just says, "Papers."
Susan.
I handed him over to Kaz.
Useless, aren't they? I feel like by me saying that you're useless in Abyssal, like I'm trying to make it so you're a bit crap with it and a
Okay.
bit slow.
All right. If you're
Like, I'm trying to
attempting to
because you're
communicate
at the
to me.
back, like looking at. Yeah.
yeah, should go front. I'll sniff for I'm like in despair on the inside, but I'm gonna attempt to ruffle around for them as long as I can. On it. Give me one
Fucking
moment.
Useless, aren't they? I don't know. Just trying to train them up. Susan.
I think I might have
did
left
it.
them in my other coat.
God.
Listen, this is kind of urgent business, and
I,
I know we're here on short
Papers.
notice, but the
And he
moss-
sounds irate at this point.
right. At that point, Cass is just gonna be like, right, Susan, come here, and like Cass is gonna manhandle Susan
oh no!
to find the papers and be like, and message Neff being like, I don't think we've got a choice. We have to give them the papers. Do you agree? And see what Neff says in back.
Neff lets you have the papers. I don't think she I don't. Can I reply actually? In like,
No, you can reply to a message. Yes.
I guess now we don't. Is what I'm gonna say.
we're just going to teleport out like, well, that was fun.
Wait,
I-
as in, like we don't have a choice.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Neff,
Yes.
can I just take you specifically for a moment back in time to when
Yeah.
Loran and Sarasa pulled you aside and ran through? What do you do if somebody asks for your papers and you said, "Here you go," and they spent a little bit of time?
I got
explaining-
manhandled by Kaz. What am I meant to do? She's literally ripping them out of my jacket at this point.
It's fair. It's however.
I
you
mean,
want.
I gave a beat, and then I haven't written them out. I'm looking for them in her pockets, being like, "What do you think?"
I was getting ready to come up with an excuse, but Cass is just like, Neff, here, come here.
Wait,
Papers.
guys, can I do something whilst I see you're having difficulty? Can I start growing moss over the two of them as a kind of a moss man offense to like stir up the drama so they'll have to put us back in our place? Just
Around-
not that you
Oh my god.
We're ready for a TPK, guys.
Okay.
but
Oh
very
no,
slowly,
I
like
don't like-
empathetically. Over the papers and everything. Dampening them.
Oh, wait a minute, hold
Okay.
on. Hold on. A mind wave.
you
I think
can.
I understand what Brian's trying to do.
What's that?
What if they see them for like just long enough that they get an idea
Yeah.
of them being legit,
Yeah.
but then it grows over and then we're just like, oh, Moss
You see what
Man,
Brian's trying to do? Yep.
are you kidding
Yeah.
me? How could you
Okay.
grow over the most
Cats
important
a
documents?
little bit.
Okay.
Oh god. Right.
Ulster, can you quickly make me an intelligence check? Just really quick.
This is so crazy, dude.
That's very good. It is a 19 plus 3.
Okay.
22.
Do you specifically recall that Corvia said you need them to get into the city gates? And you know you're
He's
not
not going to destroy them. He's just going to
Okay.
put moss on them to dampen them a bit. Maybe smudge
All
the
right,
ink.
I think Cass takes it
Okay.
and goes, look, I don't even think we need to show you these papers until we get to the city gates. But like, if you really want to look at them, you can. But I do want to talk to your manager when I get to the city. Just saying. Hold up, and you damaged my stock. I'm very unhappy with this.
I expected.
I know that
Looks
you're
like it's
just
gonna
doing
be a
your
little bit of
job,
damage.
but I'm sorry, but is this the way that you should be doing your job? Just
It's called the service industry, honey.
yeah, I feel like you'll find that
I
you're
actually
supposed to
know
treat
that's
us with a bit more respect. No, I'm not wearing a mask.
Can I just?
Who needs to?
My body.
I think so.
Channeling for Karen.
Just to clarify, that these men stand at about 10 feet tall. Just as they
I
loom
did
down.
roll net 20 on my intimidation. Right?
On one
Yeah,
of them.
Cass,
On one of
Not
them.
the one that's being
Cass
spoken
is-
to at the moment.
That's true.
The one that's being
Cass
spoken
is
to.
channeling
It's a good
Karen.
point. It's a
Of
good
course.
point.
Now I'm just gonna because there's a lot of stuff happening very, very fast, and they haven't had a chance to respond to it yet. So I'm just going to take the reins in a little bit and explain what you see. So
Oh no, I didn't want the moss to damage it. Go on, explain.
unfortunately,
Hint
it's
a word.
not.
Better than what you were doing, honey.
So I'm just going to put an order of events to things, and you can correct me along the way if I miss something. So Neff begins fumbling with the sheets, and you kind of get as you become visibly frustrated, the Ifrit in front of you kind of begins stalking from side to side, just taking small pacing steps in front of you, keeping that 10-foot wide space apart. And when you eventually grab her and manhandle her and begin to rifle through herself, he kind of just pauses to think for a moment and just like kind of looks at you, and you pull out the papers. Okay. When he sees the papers,
When
his hand,
he pauses to look, what can I infer from that look?
like, oh, okay, they're not actually bullshitting. With your
Yeah.
passive insight, you can get that much at least.
Yeah.
But he seems extremely suspicious of you, and that from your
Okay.
passive insight, I don't think you need to roll for that.
Yeah.
Pulls out the papers, and he seems to falter, and immediately throws out his hand. At this point, whoever is looking, Ulster, I think you would understand, knowing what you know, that you need to get these into the city as well. You begin to grow the moss, and it spreads across the floor, and it's going to take maybe 15 seconds for it to reach up exactly to where Cass's hand is. And Cass, you see the moss coming, and you have a choice. You could probably get it to the Ifrit before the moss reaches it, or you could expect him to come to you, or figure out another way where the moss would still be able to reach it within about 15 seconds or so. You can estimate that, and go along with Ulster's plan. Do you do your own thing, or do you go along with Ulster's plan?
I think I'm going to quickly say, Neff, quick, what do you reckon? Because I don't, like,
Sure,
my
6
thoughts
seconds.
are to kind of,
6 seconds gone.
Are you telepathically
Neff?
communicating this?
yes.
Oh, I would just reply with, show them to me and ask me if these are the papers.
Okay. Are these the papers, Susan? Or are these just a fucking receipt for some stupid coat you bought?
Okay, and
these
as you say that, the
look
moss begins to
correct.
reach up your hand, and the Ifrit takes a step forward. His hand is not off his blade, just so you're aware.
Once I see that the moss has reached, like, the paper, I'd be like, I think these are the papers.
It's starting to reach the edges, and it is starting to seep in. I'm going to start rolling some damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Damn
look
it.
shocked.
As
As
soon as
it's-
it kind of damages them, but like
Okay.
very faintly, Cass, but like enough that I see what because Brian is doing, so like if they don't seem completely accurate, we can blame it on the damage. So Cass is gonna let
Blame it
it
on these
just
guys.
hit it, so it might just damage it, and then like do like a kind of threat on the moss men to stop any like further damage.
Okay. As it is beginning to seep in, and you look like you're about to hand it over, it is just wrenched from your hand. I need you to make a strength check if you're trying to hold on to it.
Oh, it's gonna rip.
You can choose to let go if you wish to. It's up to you.
Yeah, Cass can be like, look, I was gonna give it to you, but right, take it, and then she's gonna be like, oi, you guys, get in
Okay.
line, and she's gonna have like a handful of fire. Like, don't push me. I know you don't like fire.
Pulls back. But I just imagine you guys all being like, ooh, like cowering away, like making
Like,
yourselves big.
This is big, like, one mountain.
Like you're all separate beings until there is a scary and you all morph into one again. This is a fun act. I want to make this creature. This is actually kind of cute.
The
Okay.
Amorpheus moss blob.
There probably is a sentient moss in D&D. Anyway, pulls back, pulls it open, and you see
Cass
him
isn't going to try
scanning
and
the
challenge it at all.
document. He looks down at it once, and when his finger sort of like brushes away a remnant of the moss, and it comes away almost just a little bit black with ink, where you imagine some of it is smeared. And he gives it a look, and he's going to roll with disadvantage an investigation check, because it's a good forgery. So
You damaged my papers. Fucking docs. I'm bloody useless. Karen's going to be like grumbling, like that she's really annoyed about what the Moss men have done, and is like going to be giving them evils, and is going to like pretend intimidate the Moss men.
Is this in common
So like
to keep up with the?
like I feel like when like she threatened the Moss men in common, but like the grumblings under her breath is in abyssal, and she's just like acting very pissed off about it. Try and lend weight to the idea that she's not happy about the fact that it's slightly damaged, even though she's secretly like, phew.
okay, he sees that, kind of watches you for a second, and then after waiting along the sidelines for a moment, he kind of just motions his fellow freak to join him. And they stand in front of you, and the guy holding the papers says, "You seem fairly legitimate, but you're bringing cargo into the city. That is your goal. There are some problems here. First, I don't see how you're crossing that sea. Second, if you can't control them, why bring them in? Why should we let you pass?"
I think we got them under control.
We can control them, but you did hurt one of them, and unfortunately, when they're hurt, moss grows in just like pain, and so
Trying to repair
it's less
itself.
that. I mean, the moss doesn't really do anything. It did damage some paper, but it doesn't hurt anyone else, and it's just they're very passive, but they do respond to being hurt. That's why I was saying don't touch them.
It's also valuable cargo.
You know,
Your valuable cargo is passive.
We're good slaves, okay?
yeah, they're good
I
slaves.
can't even get through it. Your valuable cargo is passive. I can't hurt anyone.
Okay. Yes, they are passive and weak. I didn't want to bring in very strong-willed and strong slaves. They are moss men. They're not exactly going to be used to fight.
Have you never
These
had
are
a decorative
specifically
slave?
good with like herbs. They're good with potions. They're good with like medicine. They're good with drinks. They're great at making like some sort of moss
Like
weird drink.
bartenders.
Tastes phenomenal. We did drink it, or otherwise I would have given you some. But you know, it is what it is. I brought other slaves which are brawnier. I tried to go for a different kind of market.
I love this.
Make a
I'm
persuasion
sold.
check. Straight up persuasion check, yeah.
Come on, dice, don't fail me. Do not give me a
It's
nat one.
persuasion. So
Ha! Unnatural 20.
Oh, nice. Wait, what was that on the dice? That sounds...
low.
5.
5. Nice. Nice. Coming in clutch.
Yeah.
I hate what I did.
It would have still been plus 10 to my persuasion.
No, it's only
Even
plus
with-
13, so it's not the worst it could be. There are some rogues who just have that. Okay, so as you do the thing that you do with the words in your mouth, he looks at you, looks to the moss, looks to his companion. Fucking weird. But your papers check out. And he steps aside and begins to walk back towards the docks. And you are able to follow.
Did they
As you
give me my
go-
papers back?
They're holding them.
Do I need them for the gates?
You'll get them. And keep walking.
In what way? I don't want this treatment at the gates if I don't have my papers. Unless you're going to transport them to the gate and explain.
turns
then
around.
that's chill.
He turns around and he looks down at you and he says, "You'll get them."
Can I inside check that?
Well-
I want to inside check that.
You may, yeah.
When he says you'll get him, he's trying to be sneaky and
Are they
mysterious.
robbing us?
Trying to be coy.
Are they robbing us of our papers?
That is a pretty good roll. That's gonna be a 22.
22. There's a glint in his eye, like a slight, like, mischievous glint. But he seems like he's being honest. Like he will return them to you.
In what capacity? Look, I know you're doing your job and I know you're busy. I see the boats coming in. I don't mean to hold you up anymore, but I don't want to have to face this again. I want to get these in. I want to rest. I'm tired now, man.
Karen,
In what capacity we're going to get them back?
Once we've processed them a bit, you'll get them back. An hour.
And how an hour? And how long will that take? Can you not process it now?
an hour. How long will that take?
Such a Karen comment. That's
Yeah.
so good.
That was
that-
beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my god, that was the best line I've ever heard in my entire life. I loved it. George, you're killing it!
Just like
This is a
channeling all of
team.
my inner Karen right now.
This is a real team.
I think you
The
said
two
more
of you
after
together.
that. That took a second to process.
Yeah, I feel like Neff and I are doing pretty. Like I'm quite
Good
pleased that
super.
Neff is. I feel like we're channeling our inner Karen and Susan's, and we're kind of doing it quite well because they're quite chaotic individuals anyway. And I feel like
Yeah.
that's-
Oh,
You begin to make your way towards the shack, and in your periphery, another geyser spurts up, and you see yet another ship carried off with it. It doesn't happen every single time. You see them going in the distance at random intervals, taking nothing, but it seems like there is a solid chance.
I yell at the geyser, "Hey, I'm walking here!" And I keep walking.
You little New Yorker, you. You look sort
In
of
my-
cockney and
In
New Yorker.
my
for
New
Karen
Yorker
and Susan.
abyssal accent.
Oh,
So-
God, okay.
The Freet doesn't do that anything. Oh my god! I just read their thing. They can what? Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, sorry.
That's
I
not a
just
good
saw something
sign.
on there. Yeah,
They
I just
can
saw
what?
something on
Inflict
there.
20 d10 damage in one roll? That's crazy. That would be
They're
Wow.
immune to
Why don't I use that
persuasion.
right now?
No, that's
immune to
Don't you dare
persuasion.
read that. Like, take it back. No one's immune to Cass's persuasion. Don't do that to me.
no.
If that was the case, I'd be like, Neff, we're screwed.
So it's our big gun,
So-
Cass's persuasion.
So, as you make your way through, you eventually rise up onto a stone platform, which appears to be natural rock, just a slightly elevated above the actual shore which you arrived on, completely free from the metal debris. The sort of ground underfoot is actually a lot cooler here, but it's still sweltering. It's not yet been a whole hour since you arrived. That exchange probably only took you about 15 minutes tops and another 5 minutes to walk. So you have 20 minutes or so, before you go. You feel like you have 20 minutes or so before you might feel a fainting spell again, to not put into too mechanical terms. And the Freety lead you inside this sort of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Ramshackle. Kind of
Ransack?
hastily put together, ransacked looking building. It is filled with debris, coals. The windows, if that you could even call them windows, are just open squares. And there is no comfort inside, just a sort of granite sort of slab for a worktop. And the bottom of the sort of slab, like how do I explain? The slab itself comes up to your head height, the two of you, and they stand behind it and begin to process your papers. The meaning of which seems to be to take a brand of some kind, with the symbol for fire on it, the elemental symbol for fire on it, and they kind of heat it up in a cauldron alongside the granite worktop and pull it out, and they slam it onto the paper, and it sort of just begins to burnish into it. And one of them takes a piece of charcoal and just writes alongside it something in abyssal.
Can I see what it is?
What does it say?
From this height, you can't see. When they pass it back to you and they say, okay, you can get on that ship. They point over. Not leaving for a little while though, so get comfy. And on the paper that you hold, it just says teleported in abyssal.
Okay.
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 Right. Are we waiting? Are we waiting here or on the boat? And
That's up to the captain.
Karen Cass has reached and got some alcohol, and she's drinking, like getting comfortable.
That's up to the captain.
Susan,
Let's go meet this captain.
Okay. You guys make your way, and thankfully, the two Ifrit who have escorted you this far seem to have gotten tired of you. They feel like their job is done, and they leave you relatively to your own devices. Regardless, everywhere you walk, there is not an Ifrit far from you. They line the dock. You remember you saw 3 kind of watching as the cargo was brought in. And the cargo that's being brought in from this current ship that's here, the other ship that arrived, you saw ahead of you, it appears like it's just about maybe 15, 20 minutes ahead of the one that's docked here now, sort of making its way towards the city. The ship that has just docked in is bringing its cargo in to the room you were just sort of being processed in. And making your way up, you see someone who appears to be a sort of fire genasi individual with hair which almost flickers like flames and burns like embers at the ends. It's very cool.
It's so cool, except warm.
Yep. That's very funny. Where is it? Where are my notes on this part specifically? Okay. They appear to be feminine presenting. They have this sort of like tightly cinched belt around their waist. These leathers, which appear to be sort of insulatory as well as practical. Gloves that go up to their arms. While you understand that fire genasi are protected from fire, they're not completely immune to it. So while she's not feeling the heat as much as any of you would be, she is certainly protecting herself from it. And she wears what appears to be a plague doctor mask that covers the majority of her face. Yes. And a tricorn hat over the top. And she is just watching over the cargo, leaning kind of nonchalant on a barrel which appears to have already been checked. And she is just watching as various crew who are a whole range of humanoids among who anyone who researched the planes beforehand would know would be native to this plane. So you see fire elementals, tieflings, genasi are there, for example. And she is just minding her own business, watching her cargo go by. What did you do?
Did the Frit suggest that she was the captain? Did they?
It's fairly clear. It's fairly clear. Yeah.
Cool. Is there a sort of like? I suppose I wouldn't know.
I like your headgear.
Greeting is.
You say that to her?
Yeah.
I like your headgear.
Well,
okay.
Susan has said it.
Okay. You say Susan has said it.
Susan has said it.
What I love is the fact that I could like in character now be like shush.
Shush.
I thought it was a fairly inconspicuous, standard.
Yeah, no, Karen is letting it happen.
For sure. Right, so as you call out Neff, what did you say exactly?
I like your headgear.
She turns towards you and just kind of like tips her hat, gives the two of you a sparing glance, and then you can't see her expression, but slowly the kind of like pointed brim, like beak of her mask just turns towards the moss blob, and she cocks her head, and she pushes herself up off the barrel and begins to walk towards you. And she just has a hand up, rubbing her neck, and she says, "So, what is that exactly?" And she sounds like she has a scratch in her throat.
Do you need a
They're
throat lozenge? No.
A group, like kind of like a hive slave thing.
Uh-huh.
Or cargo.
You know, cargo. Just like a bit weird, but we reckon we could get some good dollar for them. Some good gold.
Holla holla get dollar.
Or at least we hope so. If not, then, well, this was a bit of a waste of time. But
I mean, you're going to the city of brass, so you're not going to be getting gold.
I'm sure. Yeah, well, you know, whatever we can get. I'm sure someone, even if it's not quite what we want for them, will get them. But hopefully we'll get what we want.
What do you want? For them, I mean.
Something good. I don't know. They're good at potions, and they're good at, like, making shit. And they're quite subservient. So...
They make a nice decoration.
Yeah.
I'm personally not in the slave trade per se, and I'm not particularly interested in purchasing this. Just I'll just put that out there. I purely trade in like metals and weapons and that kind of thing. But have you done this before?
Not specifically with these guys. No, we've traded other things. This is our first. I'm Cass is making the executive decision to say it's like her first stab at like selling slaves to make up for the lack of knowledge that Neff and I have about selling slaves. So we've traded like material objects, normally weapons and stuff. They're normally a little less hassle to transport, but we thought we'd try out. We found these guys and thought, fuck it, why
Let's
not
become
try
slave traders. Why not? You know, we just saw them out in the wild and thought, hell, yeah, why not?
They were quite easy to capture, and then we found them quite useful. So we reckon we could get something for them.
Okay, well, friendly bit of advice, and probably the only friendly advice you're going to get down here, right? You're not looking at gold or any kind of material plain currency. You're getting soul coins. Just know what those are worth before you undersell or overprice.
What do you have? Like, we've not really dealt in soul coins before. I'm glad that you told us, because we'd have looked like such fools going up to the slavers.
Yeah, no, you would have.
Like, such fucking idiots.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the moss, that would have just made it all the difference. Soul coins are this, and she pulls out a coin from her side sort of like pouch, and you see just a obsidian black coin. It sort of like shines, but when it shines in like whatever refracting light you get from the lava, it sort of like almost screams almost in like a ringing in your ears in the lights as the light refracts off it. Soul coin. Souls of the damned. Currency for the hells.
Cass is like looking at it like in her mind is like looking at that like, is that my future? Just
to become a coin.
Cool.
Ooh.
Cool. Oh, good to know.
Mm-hmm. And in your periphery, you hear someone just like dropping the sound of someone like dropping or stumbling with a bunch of cargo, and she goes, "Hey!" and turns over and sort of like she pulls from behind her back like a leather whip with a metal end, and she just like slams it on the ground.
Sorry, I was just building a bomb. Okay, I apologize. For every the other
The
campaign.
person says that, and they kind of the person who was carrying the thing just kind of hiss at her, and she says, "What am I paying you for? Don't drop my shit." And they continue
Can't
going
get
on.
help.
No.
For anybody wondering where
So
Freddy
how-
went,
Can I have a look at that? The moss. I'm just interested. I've never
Just-
seen anything like it.
just a
Yeah.
look.
Just be careful because it can be a little fragile, especially to heat. But yeah, go for it.
We've had some bad experiences
Okay.
with manhandling already.
Right.
Yeah,
She kind of
guards weren't
approaches.
exactly
So
help.
Bluey, Allstare, and Sleer, you see her beginning to kind of approach the moss. Allstare, do you act in any way to kind of make the moss like animate near her or anything like that, or is it just going to be a dormant moss until she calls it into question? Otherwise,
I can make it swell a little bit as she comes near, so she can't really see inside it.
sure. Okay. So as she comes closer, she kind of reaches forwards, and it's sort of like it swells until it's like a kind of lattice, but like she can't penetrate, kind of thing.
Yeah.
She just kind of pats it. It feels kind of nice, you know. You could make like, I don't know if it sheds this. She just points to the moss. You can make like pillows.
Oh, that's an idea. I tell you what, though, if they don't fetch much at market, maybe we just make them into pillows and throws. Still get something for them.
If
That is, I'm penciling that idea. If I do, would you be interested in some?
are they sentient beings? I have a thing about not trading in anything sentient.
They wouldn't.
they are
they would not
sentient.
be as pillows.
Okay. Thing is, the coins, they already kind of weigh on my soul, but at least I know they were shit people in real life. But yeah, I mean,
Cass, like,
if it's a sheep kind of situation where they kind of molt, then yeah, maybe I'll be interested.
we
But,
haven't like had them in our possession for like a hugely large amount of time. But I tell you
Okay.
what, I'll make a deal with you now. If they
Okay.
molt at all, I'll make you some pillow. Oh well, I say I'll get someone to make a pillow. I can't make pillows, but yeah. And then
Wait.
as you're our captain, you can have a pillow. I don't know if it's malted. They'd probably just wither if I don't make it into something.
Two things about that. Let's just go back. Be careful when you say let's make a deal down here. Secondly, I'm your what? Sorry,
Are you not the captain? to
I am
the
of
ship?
my vessel. Yeah, it's my ship. Oh, this is the one I'm renting.
The guards sent us here saying that we were going on this ship to the city. Are we? And
You
they
can't.
weren't
see
that
the face.
great. So if they weren't that great, so they kind of fucked us both with that
I saw them.
assumption there.
Yeah, no, I saw them throwing some orc traders into the lava the other day.
Shush, Susan.
Sorry, that was my soul escaping. No, it was just my stomach.
Again, hold on to your soul. Very
Yeah,
precious.
hold on to your soul.
Okay,
As Cass is like, I
you too, Karen.
don't know.
Right. Okay. Well, we're not leaving for another, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. I've got to wait for them to check the cargo. Give it the all clear before we go up to the city. Get on. Well,
I go.
I think the look. Okay, bye.
I turn
Just
around.
gonna
Where does one
Wait,
get
no.
a mask like that, by
Yeah.
the way?
She pats the end of her beak as though she's being like, my secret.
Susan does love masks. I myself do not. I can appreciate it on you, it looks great, but I personally will not be wearing a mask.
It's
It's
kind of,
the
there's a funny kind of twist of irony because I'm not that disguised and you're completely disguised. I thought that was just cool. You know.
disguise.
Wait, what?
I said that as a player, not as
Okay,
not
no,
as-
Okay,
I think
yeah,
that was
no, I think
Thomas.
it's funny. It is funny. So she kind of just is like, well, I mean, it's just a kind of courtesy thing. Also, you know, trade in here. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. See my face.
Wrong
To
idea. Dude, are they gonna think your face is on trade? I don't understand.
Oh no, more I mean. Well, I don't trade in people. A lot of people up there do, and I don't want my face attached to that. So.
Oh, okay.
See, yeah, fair.
Mm-hmm.
As I just like look at mine and like Susan's uncovered face, like yeah, as we're like herding like the sentient moss men up like the camera.
Moss man.
Yeah, who would want to be who would want to be associated with that?
I got my thaumaturgied eyes and my colored mane. I mean, my colored hair.
You.
Let's just keep going. It's just like a figure of speech.
Yeah, it is. So, she says, right, the last thing I was going to say is that if you can, stay on the middle of the top deck. There's not a lot of room in the cargo bay, and I want to keep it that way. Also, if you go too low, you're going to burn.
Oh,
And
yeah, all right.
You can load up.
Can we keep the moss thing with us? I
If
like
the
keeping
moss-
an eye on my cargo.
If the moss is afraid of fire, pick your position well. That's all I'll say. All right. And she
Alright.
starts walking off into the facility.
Should we?
All right.
Okay.
And no one is particularly.
Cass is going to mentally message like everyone, being like, "Okay, guys, let's keep it going. We've got this." Little pep talk, and then to Neff being like, "It could have gone worse. It could have gone worse."
Okay. Inside the moss. Oh, Sly?
Inside, yeah, I was gonna say from inside the moss. Could any of us have like, I don't know, insight checked this Genasi? Not based on like actual like words, but like body language, anything that we could have seen.
Sure. I think because you're in the very center of the moss, it's going to be a little bit harder for you, so I'll let you do it at a disadvantage if that's what you want to try.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can I try as well?
Yeah, Bluey, you can do it. You're at the very back, so you'll also be at disadvantage. And Allstare, because you're at the front, if you wanted to try it, you'd just be doing it straight up.
Yeah, sure, I'll try it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That's
got
fine.
27.
Oh, yeah.
16 at disadvantage.
16 and
That's
Bluey.
not bad.
I rolled a nat 20 on one of them and a 5 on the other, so that's
Oh, no.
a
Okay,
6. Fuck.
That's so sad.
I'll go from lowest to highest. So Bluey,
Pretty too.
oh, it's a pretty dice.
Ooh,
Cool.
the bluest ones.
I love it.
It's Bluey style. So as you look out, Bluey, and unfortunately, other than her sort of like interesting, cool mask and fiery hair, you don't ascertain much beyond that. Sleer with a 16, she, compared to the Ifrit who you spoke to before, she seems a lot more open and amicable. How surface level that is, it's hard to say. And just from what you've heard her say, she seems to be someone with a lot of morals. Allstare, looking at her, looking at the way she kind of holds the soul coin, she kind of holds it between her fingers like she barely wants to touch it. And you get the impression that whoever this is, like beneath the mask, whatever their name is, whatever their face looks like, they have just from the way they kind of hold themselves, even though they're acting on a very surface level, quite relaxed, quite open, there's the tension they're carrying in their shoulders.
Are they
like
also a warlock wanting to get their soul back?
maybe,
I'm not saying that. I'm just having a dance to myself.
who knows? But they kind of are, Allstare, they're kind of a little bit more rigid, and it's something that you can recognize as like whatever emotions they're showing on the outside, which are openness, relaxed, kind of calm, they know what they're doing. The inside, there might be some conflicting emotions there, which you can guess at as you like.
Okay, I would have said all of like a kind of slightly pep talky thing to anyone. So if anyone did want to say anything back, I did send everyone a message when we were walking up the plank or whatever.
Also, Ulster, I'm sorry, I've been kind of blanket assuming that everyone would have like not really been understanding, but actually you do speak Abyssal, so I think when it comes to like insight checks, especially if it's based on like expression, language, and speech patterns, then I think you'd get advantage on those. If there's a disadvantage, sort of it might not be applied. So we'll take it on a case by case, but in this instance, I think it would have been more likely that you would have been able to understand. Maybe not advantage, but you would get a bit more information than the others will get naturally. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. All right. So you guys begin to board the ship.
Let's go.
Okay. You make your way up. You can pass various people on the gangplank. It's wide enough to go two abreast. Have the Moss entity will need to go up at its own accord. And this is a metal gangplank with no railings. So I'm going to need dexterity checks from all the Moss involved.
Is still behind.
Yeah.
I just
19.
Yeah.
Cool. It's a group check, so you're going to need more successes than failures. Oh my god.
Oh.
7 and an 8 from Loran and Saraza. But they didn't add their dex. I'm done. 7 plus. Okay, that's right. For Loran, it is a 12. And from Saraza, it is. That's Sobek. That's Giral. What the fuck? Who are you? I think it's the same. Oh, there he is. And Saraza gets. God, there's so many. And Saraza gets an 11. So 12 and 11 from Loran and Saraza. And then Bluey.
I don't know if an 8 will be good enough with the other ones to do a great
8.
success.
And Sleer.
19.
19. Okay. So. And just a quick question. Sorry, Ulster, can you repeat yours?
19.
19 plus 19 plus 12 plus 8 divided by. How many of you are there? 5. Okay.
The blob.
So the DC for the group was a 12, and you got a 13. Av. So very good. It wasn't a high DC, but you're a blob. So you make your way up.
Can we
precariously.
assist in any way? Because we're
They succeed.
herding them.
They
okay.
succeed, but no.
Oh, good.
You succeed,
Oh,
but
I
no, you
see.
cannot assist them.
I watch in
they're already
horror as
assisting
it
each other.
almost tumbles into the lava.
You genuinely do. Now, Ulster has been kind of molding this moss so that it drags and sort of like flops around. And it takes you a moment, Ulster, to kind of properly adjust to the fact that the gangplank is a little bit narrower and has these drops off the side. So at first, the moss kind of weighs you down. And as you adjust, it becomes easier to walk. Bluey, being at the back, you kind of stumble a little bit and you push into Slayer to sort of like steady yourself. But then Slayer hits into Loran and Loran kind of like latches onto Brian. And there's a moment where there's like a jelly-esque wobble from the outside. And Susan and Karen, from the outside, you kind of turn around and you can see this wobble like, whoa, whoa. And there's a moment where you're just like...
As we just look at each other like, no!
As I look at Karen, Susan looks at Karen, Karen looks at Susan.
Karen looks at Susan like...
And then they steady themselves. And you see all of the Ifrit who are kind of lining the edges of the dock are just looking up like, what? So confused. But you make your way up, certainly.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, God. One
And
of
you
my
can...
thoughts that I want to run by you is fire protection for the Moss Man. If I cast floating disc and have it just above the moss men, will that help protect them if bits of fiery lava drop onto the thing?
Bits of fire lava?
Like to try and protect. I would say my cargo, but I'm talking about protecting my fire. But yeah, I'm just because I have mold earth, but I don't think I can hold it above them. Like I don't think that's one of the properties. So I've really got
it's
really the floating disc.
Yep.
That's the best thing.
I've only got like a swarm of locusts as far as like stuff that I can spawn.
I just had the funniest thought, which was like, if all of the if you somehow maneuvered all the moss men onto the magical carpet, it could be like the moss man can fly.
I could cover the carpet
Yeah.
in moss.
That would really be valuable then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cass,
okay.
Cass definitely wants to like keep the magic carpet as like a much lesser thing. But like,
Okay,
yeah,
Brian's got it.
would
You do.
the disc help?
It's up to you.
Uh,
Let's have a look.
Oh no. This is going wrong in so many ways.
Are you concentrating on that
beneficial. Do you want me to-
disguise self?
I'm looking at the spell.
it's just a cell. Like I have to recast it every hour, but it's just there. I don't have to concentrate on it.
Right, okay.
It's just there.
Okay.
It's a horizontal plane of force, so
Yep.
it might not do it.
You're also too heavy.
Didn't you say above?
Wait, no, but no one
So
would
to
be
stop-
on it. I'm just thinking of having it above them as like a barrier against fire, or at least an added barrier. Is my thought.
I see.
I assume if people can get on it, then it should.
That is usually what it's for.
Yeah, I didn't want them to get on it. I just wanted them to be protected, like huddle
Okay.
them,
Damage.
and then
It goes to it.
It wouldn't necessarily take damage. I'll say this: it is 3 feet across, and 3 feet. It's 3 feet by 3 feet, which wouldn't cover a single square on any D&D map. Each person takes up around about 5 feet when they're not pressing together, so it's not going to cover all of you. All of them is the thing. So it would be
covers some.
So for the moss that Ulster has conjured, it's not immune or impervious to fire in any way, is it?
No.
No.
If you throw it in fire, it will.
I think if your intention is to place it so that it could
Add a
catch
bit of
people,
protection. No, because my
Okay.
thoughts are. Sorry, maybe I'm not explaining this. The way she said it was pick a central spot of the boat and like be wary of fire and lava. So my thoughts was to cast the disc above us or like above the moss men in an attempt to protect them from
Imminent
fire
demise.
that might fall on top of the deck. Was my thoughts.
Yep, I see what you're saying.
Like maybe not fully protect them, but give any sort of protection.
Yep. You don't know until you try, do you? So if you want to do it, you can certainly try.
Well, I might as well try it because I don't have another spell that would be better at protection. It is the most I can do right now. So
Sure.
Cass is going to cast it. It's a ritual, so it'll take her 10 minutes, but she's just
Okay.
going to.
So you're going to sit
Karen is going to.
on the top deck? Is that what you're saying? You want to sit at the center of the top deck?
I think so because she didn't the captain say that if we went further down, then it might burn them.
Yeah. So if you want to sit on the
and-
top center, that's okay.
Susan, you reckon top deck?
I think that seems like. Can I have a look around just the general area just to double check? Like if I do like an investigation check or something, can I kind of ascertain like where might be a good place to be? Just
Make an intelligence check.
intelligence check, okay. It's not very good. That's an 8.
Cass would have also be trying to do that, so I'll also investigate.
Hang on, sorry. Yes, I think you can.
No.
Wait. So hang on. Wait. What is Cass doing?
Also, just investigating to see if there's a safer spot for them.
I can allow you to assist. So you can give Neff advantage. So Neff, do you want to roll again? Just because I'd rather if
Sure thing.
one person does it rather than if somebody fails, someone else tries the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
my second roll was a nat 1, so we're going with the 8.
The places that were suggested to you were the top deck, the mid deck, and then the danger was if you go lower down, then You assume there are more decks
Okay.
lower down, then there is a hazard of being too hot. So that is just what information you were given.
I think as long
So
as we're
top
going
deck,
with that
mid-deck.
information, then it seems like it should be a good enough idea. Did you have any way of maybe shielding them from all of this?
I mean, not really. I've got a disc.
That might work.
All of this, by the way, should be. We're always, just for the sake of saying it now, we're always talking in abyssal when we're
course.
talking to each other and staying in character, even if we're just chatting about things.
That scared me.
So anyway, it's just the right sort doing that.
Yeah, I have a desk, but maybe middle deck would be better then. Like, I just don't want these guys to get burnt and our journey be a waste.
Yeah, sure. That sounds really good. Also, Georgie, you're a little bit laggy. Just a teeny bit. Just a teeny bit laggy.
No.
All right.
No.
Looking good.
Better?
Cool. So you're going to make your way down to the mid deck. Cool. Okay. On the mid deck, it's sort of like organized that the top deck is where you enter onto. That's the uppermost part of the ship, and then you drop down to the mid deck, where half of it is exposed and half of it is covered by a metal awning with sort of like those windowless panes. Almost as large as archways, which you can basically just hop through. It's almost like a shell of a ship. Like all the internals have been ripped out of it. So where you imagine there was railing, glass paneling, that kind of thing before, it's just pure metal on the outside with it appears to have some kind of enchantment to keep it from burning your hands and your feet off where you sit and you try and stand. But it is extremely it's extremely sharp. It's extremely like rigid. There's no comfort here at all. You also see inside that there are a few people milling about, but most of them are at work. So you are the only ones who are kind of taking a break, and people are looking at you curiously. Mostly the moss, which is doing what now, Ulster? Is it what's just give us some moss
Convulsing.
update.
Maybe
Come on!
quivering, like
It's
in the
just
sea of
mossing.
fire, just like
It's just mossing. Okay,
mossing.
great.
Not flossing, mossing.
Okay, and you have a little bit of time. You have about half an hour, you imagine, to wait. And as you kind of make your way down, I am going to ask you to roll a Constitution saving throw again, as your first sort of hour or so passes in the elemental plane of fire, and you realise that it is taking its toll on you.
Is
So-
everybody?
16.
16, good.
16.
Okay,
Saving throw?
yes.
12.
12. Okay. 13.
Uh-oh.
You're
Blue.
okay. Bluey.
If you're all alright with me using up that brief foresight die, I'm gonna do it, because that was a natural one. So instead, that'll be a 16. Wow.
16 works. So,
Oh my
Loran isn't having any luck at all.
Oh no.
If I have
What?
to use another 5th level on him,
We're
My
adding his.
Gosh
we're
darn
adding his
tuned
con-
husband.
Oh, it's actually good. Okay, Loran got a 13 as well. So, Neff, unfortunately, you're going to be taking a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
13 is the DC for this. So,
Okay.
it's not particularly low, but it's not particularly high either, so it's doable. Neff, exhaustion.
Okay. Oh, that's really, really, really warm here.
Yep. I will explain to you what that means. Although you probably already know.
That means I'm tired. I want a nap. I want a sleepy sleep.
Exactly. Why isn't that coming up?
But it's disadvantage on checks and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yep, it's disadvantage on your ability checks. Sorry, I had it open and it's disappeared itself. Exhaustion. There we go. Yep, you have disadvantage on ability checks. If you get it again, your speed will be half. If you get it again, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. If you get it again, hit point maximum halved. If you get it again, your speed is reduced to 0. If you get it for a 6th time, you die. outright. No saves.
Yay!
Yay! But don't worry, this journey, as you begin to kind of listen into the crew, they are also speaking a mix of abyssal and primordial. So anyone who speaks primordial will be able to listen in a little bit as well, because some of these people are genasi, and by nature they do speak some. They do speak primordial. Anyone who understands abyssal or primordial, you do begin to hear that it's going to take, it says, about 2 to 3 hours, unless there's a geyser. But that probably won't happen. They laugh with fear in their eyes.
Whilst we're just chilling for the 30 minutes then,
You have 30 minutes.
I think Cass is going to be checking the cargo, but really be like, everyone okay?
Crawls
It's kind
into
of
the
what
moss.
So that's what she's kind of doing. So she's kind of like going past, like looking like she doesn't care, but just kind of is checking for monetary damage, but is also messaging everyone as she does so, being like, you good? You good?
As you do that, then I'll keep an eye out.
Sure. Then make a perception check for us, Neff, with disadvantage.
Perception check with disadvantage. I'll have a look around. I feel a bit tired. Okay, that's one roll. That's pretty good. Please be better than that or something. Okay, never mind. This one is the one that we're getting. It's gonna be a 9 on perception.
Okay.
Could have been a 19, but no.
All right. Okay, you're kind of messaging in. You hear Sarah's reply. Okay, it's hot in here, but the moss is actually keeping us cooler than I thought. He can't reply any more than that because it's in his head.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, you all hear, everybody, in sort of like a resounding around almost, Loran's voice say, hey, so I can, if we want, pop a sanctum so that we can talk a bit more freely. Might be a bit exposed. I don't know. Thoughts on that?
What did I roll in my perception check? Or how did I go?
9.
I think after
I'll let you know. I'm keeping it
Yeah.
in mind for you.
I feel like as Sarah has said that, I'm gonna like look around and make my own judgment on it. Like, do I think that'd be a good idea? Perception.
Keep looking also at the faces of everybody on the inside.
Nice. 22.
22, whether you think a sanctum would be a good idea? Okay. It's on an investigation. Okay. You look at Neff and she is just staring like, but she's so hyper-focused. She's staring mostly just at one sort of like side of the ship, focusing mostly towards just the city and just kind of a wall and just so looking around a bit more. While you're attracting attention, it seems to be the same crew coming back and forth, and as they come back, they seem to pay you less and less mind as they get used to you. Apparently they aren't. Either they don't share the kind of captain's
Information.
Problem with trading sentient beings, so they don't really care anymore that you're there. Alternatively, they've seen stranger shit than this, is what you can imagine.
We could probably go for a sanctum if you think it's a right idea, then.
Loran is kind of looking inside the moss as well, kind of looking to each of you, Slayer, Bluey, all stare, of course, mostly, to sort of see what your reactions would be, whether you think it's a good idea.
Would we have been able to message back when he messaged all of us?
Yeah, it's a reply thing. You wouldn't be able to talk to each other unless you opened your mouths to speak. So just bear that in mind when you reply.
I don't think I'll be needing it, but we can see what the others need.
Loran, just to say, though, if we are in a sanctum, then Neff and I will probably have to be outside of the sanctum. So if anyone speaks to us, it doesn't raise suspicions that we're just completely oblivious to any communication with any other member of the crew. just like sat there like, hello, you need to move. Really bad. This is a great journey.
Sure.
I would say don't waste the energy if it's not necessary.
I think we might. Yeah.
Okay. I will hold on to it, he says to everybody in unison. after some time, you have 30 minutes, and you, knowing how long this journey will take, you get the impression you'll be settling in for a short rest of sorts. So if you have anything you want to accomplish, those of you inside the dome can act fairly the moss covering can act pretty freely. Though the two of you on the outside will have to keep up appearances a bit more, but you can do whatever you like.
Bluey, you said that you couldn't last too long. Sounds like we're in for a relatively long journey. It might be an idea to take off your armor. And Cass is gonna try and slide the bag of colding subtly into the moss. Be like,
make a stealth check or a sleight of hand. You can choose.
I mean, it's the same modifier, so it doesn't really matter. Nice.
Make a sleight of hand.
Nice. 17.
17. Yes. Okay. Roll. Yeah, you're fairly confident that nobody saw you sort of slip that under. Everybody on the inside of the moss, you see just the bag of colding just kind of roll and stop on a fairly large clump of moss that Ulster has been cultivating at his feet. Yep, you have the bag of colding.
The bag of coding.
Coding.
We're hacking into the mainframe.
I was going to say that. Okay, so. It takes 10 minutes to unequip armor.
Okay. Yes, and it can fit in the bag of colding. Is that
the
I
opening?
put a dead body in there.
Yeah, the opening is wide enough.
If we could put a dead body in there, we could definitely put some armor.
It's like a drawstring. It's like a really thick drawstring, so it kind of opens up to like a laundry bag size. So definitely.
God, can you remember just carrying around a dead queen in my bag for a while? God.
Oh, yeah.
Season 1, guys. Season 1.
Oh my god, season 1 that I was not around for.
You'll be able to read an approximation of it one day, published in brand book form, hopefully.
That's good.
Approximation.
Very much approximation.
Yeah.
I guess Bluey, as slowly as possible, will be like a writhing moss, just trying to get the plate mail.
Okay. All of you make a stealth check as well, just to see how subtly you can do this.
How moss are you?
Are you one with the moss?
I'm gonna appear in
moss, mossy,
11?
Bye, Thomas.
11. Yeah.
Not good rolls today.
Not amazing, but Ulster, you kind of see Bluey begin to struggle, and you worry at points that the metal might break through. And you know that you have enough time to react to reform the moss. So I assume you would kind of counter, expand. You have your own moss language. Go on, Slayer.
I was gonna say, could Sarah also help since he's right next to her?
He could, yeah. So you guys can
choose
Anna. You could help me just watching Anna Bluey struggle.
He can, but I'm not going to get an advantage because you guys are roped up, so it's very much difficult to kind of reach over. Whilst it's easy you can break out. It's hard to get back into position. So if anybody looked too closely, but you are able to, without too much difficulty, considering Ulster is covering you as well, get out of some of your armor. Would you like to unequip that in your character sheet, please?
Yes, I think I have here.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Oh, I've got a 12 armor class. I feel so naked.
Oh my god.
But you feel cool now, so
Trey
cooler.
cool.
At least you're not being cooked on the outside
True.
or inside. At least you're not being cooked. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
For now. See how it goes.
And it'll be nice and frosty when you take it out of the bag.
Boiled lizard.
True.
Right. After 30 minutes, you begin to see the mid deck filling. The top deck, where you would be just out almost on the roof sort of, or the half of this middle deck which is sort of exposed. You're far away enough from that you don't feel the heat of the lava directly on your face, but you can still feel the intensity, the pressure kind of like hitting you, just like a wall of force almost. And as the ship begins to move, there's like this breeze, but it's a hot breeze. It's not refreshing or cooling in any way. It almost spits the heat in your face more than it did before.
It's like Texas.
Yay! You're in Texas. You're in Texas. Or Tokyo at the summer.
Oh, don't.
Woo! It's not fun.
Woo.
Although Iwaki's a little bit cooler, so lucky. So as you watch the boat begin to pull away from shore, away from the Ifrit, towards the city of Brass, located in the very center of the Sea of Flames, you've overcome your first obstacle of the journey. Congratulations. Whoa! All right.
Hell
As
yeah.
you-
Let's go.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
As you are sitting, all of you, the captain makes her way, and she seems to be checking on all of her, or as many of her crew as she seems to think is important to check on. Most of them appear to be, just from the kind of like ragtag, like lack of uniformity amongst them. Most of them appear to be sort of sell swords or purchased crew for a few journeys, and she doesn't pay them too much mind. But when she sees the two of you, she kind of pauses and sort of looks down. So comfortable?
I look visibly
I suppose you
exhausted.
can be in a sea of fire, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say you get used to it, but you don't really. So, the moss, right? I'm really kind of curious. Does it speak?
No, it doesn't. It understands common. It can follow directions. I wouldn't say it's the smartest creature, but you don't particularly want your servant to be super, super smart, but it does have a gift with plants and making shit, so it understands common.
Have you tried at all to reason with it, to speak with it? Does it understand why you're taking it away? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think.
This lady represents Peter.
Yeah, I'm literally like, God damn it, get your morals out my face. Like, I'm not actually trading this moss person. Go away. Don't want to reason like a slave trader. Like, I'm sure it probably isn't super happy to be taken from its swamp home to a sea of fire.
I don't want to laugh, but
like, to be, in all fairness, but we're here to make some. We're here to trade it, so
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, I've traded some questionable things, so I can't really judge. Can I try and talk to her though? I'm just kind of curious. I just want to try. I think it could be kind of fun. You said I can make things. Cool. Okay. All right.
And like looks at like the moss, like
she kind of scoots over. She sits closest, I think, to sort of in between Sleer and Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, so it would be the Sleer, Brian, Bluey side. She kind of sits like bang right in between the three of you. She just kind of looks at her and is like, in common, says, Hey.
I think to that, like, Bluey might go. Not with a noise, but like.
No, I think we should. No.
Like,
Sad.
Go on, okay, ready? In unison, ready?
Don't be too
2,
sad at this.
1.
Oh. Oh my god.
This is
Sends a
chaotic.
message to Susan saying, God, are we gonna have to like defend these things, like defend our friends from being traded from a captain? Like, is this where this is headed?
He just wants to save us.
She just wants to
just kind
save
of-
you guys, but
She puts her hand up onto the moss, leans in close, and just says, "Is this what you want?"
Is it in common?
In common, yeah.
Ooh.
Is it a noise? Is it in different moss?
Yeah, noises make
Make-
difference.
Make a performance check for me. I think Ulster was really leading the charge on that one, so we're gonna go with Ulster.
Oh, okay. 11.
11.
Oh.
She kind of like puts both her hands on it, puts her ear up to the moss, and is like, "Just one more time. Wait, are you sure?"
Take
And
it away, Louis.
Can I help?
Louis, you can assist. I'll allow Slayer to assist. Yeah,
You have to make the noise though.
make the noise. I'll need a bit more than that. Hang on. Go on.
I'm trying to. The reasoning.
Oh yeah, that's better. This is great.
Oh my
that
god.
I missed it.
Okay, Slayer, what did you get?
Oh, I hadn't rolled one yet, but I will. Cool.
oh, this is so
This is-
entertaining
this
and
is really
great
something.
and terrible at the same time.
So I don't know how to add these numbers. It's a 16 plus 8.
24.
There we go.
Okay. She listens to Ulster's, and she's like, "I don't know about this." Listens to Bluey's, and she's like, "Oh, I really don't know about this." Flyers. I'm okay with this. Pushes away.
One of them's okay with being traded.
I don't really understand how this works, she says to the both of you in Abyssal. But they seem surprisingly okay with it. So,
Yeah, I think they just quite like serving. Like, we haven't had any real. The only thing that causes them problem is when they're hurt or like the bloody guard on the thing just hit them with the hilt of his burning
No
sword,
good guard.
and then the moss starts growing. It's just we told him not to, but did he listen? Nah.
nah, does he? Doesn't really ever.
Nah.
Oh.
But they're pretty chill about just going about their business as long as they're not hurt. So
It's kind of cute in a way. I've been looking for like a companion / pet.
Oh no, she's gonna buy us as her friend.
I don't know.
free by
She's gonna
you.
dip her
like-
toes into slave owning.
the slavery trade.
She'll see it as like freeing us.
Yeah, that's kind of what
Yeah.
you get the impression she's getting
Yeah.
it as.
Well, how much would you be willing to part with? We will take them to the slave trading area anyway, just to kind of suss out the best option, because we have come quite a long way. But
I don't know if I feel particularly. You know, it doesn't. It seems to be a plant creature, and I don't know if I feel like I can put a a soul coin price on it. I think what I'll just do is, if you want help, if you need an alternative way, if you're doing this for money or because out of some kind of desperation, there are people who might be able to help you without you having to, ferry this feat of nature across this fiery plane. That's all I'm gonna say.
Feet of nature. I like her.
this moss thing, save the
It's
moss,
Save the moss thing.
save the moss. Like,
Dude,
we're gonna come back and she's gonna start like a protest of like, save the moss.
Wearing a
thing.
shirt.
we're gonna be in the fortress or whatever.
Advocate.
We're gonna be-
She's gonna become an advocate for moss men.
Just gonna break in, swinging like Sinbad. I've come to save you, Moss.
And as the moss is like staying with us, like, we don't want to be saved.
We
Like,
don't
go
wanna be
away.
saved. We like the Ood in Doctor Who. We like to serve.
Oh.
Yeah, but that was problematic because the Ood didn't like to serve. That was
Oh
horrible.
no! Do you remember that one Ood who was
The Ood
really cute and like was like,
"Ah."
ah, the Ood! no!
Sorry, I made it worse.
And they were just screaming with their massive brain. It's just a pain.
Yeah.
I'm so upset
Just a
by
bunch
that.
of Doctor Who nerds.
I feel bad because I barely remember what episodes the Ood were in and
Leave.
what they did. Okay. give it-
No, you don't have to leave. No, so the
I know what they are.
yeah.
I got
The funny thing
We were
is,
same friendship group in high school.
the funny thing is, that this morning in school, I had a girl come in to do speech contest practice with me. She's phenomenal. She's like really good. Like she's 14. She'll probably be fluent in English by the time she's 16 if she keeps going the way she's going. And she was like, "Oh, I want some programs to watch in English." And I was like, "Okay." I recommended her Avatar because it's on Japanese Netflix. She wanted stuff like British culture, so I was like, "Oh," and she likes like the world and the planet, so I was like, "Oh, David Attenborough,"
Oh,
Yes.
because we all love that.
King.
Doctor Who and Sherlock were the other
Well,
two.
they are good. Those are very good
Yeah,
ones.
it had to be stuff that was on Netflix and was also kind of kid friendly, and I remembered liking those when I was 14, so it seemed applicable. So,
Those throwing back
Yeah.
to Tumblr fandom days, man.
oh my
I
god,
understand just to watch Doctor Who. Fun confession.
hell yeah, worth.
Doctor Who's
amazing.
great.
Yeah, I had a Doctor Who
It did
themed
go down-
16th birthday. It was great. Only
you
like
did.
one or two
I'd
photos
loved it.
survived that day. You would have, but I have
I would
some
have
of my.
loved it.
It was a good time. Anyway, so
Anyway,
the captain just says, "So, what are your names exactly, you two?"
Karen,
Susan.
this is my assistant Susan.
Susan. Right. Okay.
And what was your name? Don't think we got it.
Ballista. Captain Ballista. She puts out a hand.
I shake it.
Yeah, so does Karen. Not at the same time though.
We both
double-
trio shaking.
Like a bumble, like Susan, you're the assistant. I get to shake the hand first. No, it's whatever. Whoever gets it first. It's just-
Ballista is Ballista.
Feliz Navidad.
Oh, I almost got it
It's
right.
like
I just
a
didn't do
weapon
double L.
thing, right? No?
Kinda, yeah. Yeah.
I only know that from Fire Emblem. I feel bad.
Yeah.
Or it's especially known wife chess. Anyway.
I never
I wanna
thought that, like,
play-
on our pretend slave trading campaign,
Yeah.
that we'd have to
Oh,
fend
good
off a
God.
captain who wants to save the slaves.
At
And,
least
like,
I'm
she's
not
like,
mad.
but yeah, at least she's not like seems nice outwardly, like, you know.
I like this character.
Can we?
I like the character.
While we're she's
Yes.
in the moss.
You can what? Sorry.
In just insight checks while she's inspecting the moss.
For a
Yeah,
second I
sure.
thought you said, "Can we dance?" while she's inspecting the moss. I was thinking, I was just imagining the
As
whole
moss
whole
just, like,
pile.
wibble wobbles.
Oh, yeah. Is it a disadvantage or no?
For this one, I think she's right in front of you, and you're sitting down, and she's actively interacting with you. Yes, you can roll it straight.
Cool. This is a 19.
Amazing. Okay. Again, her face is covered, but from this close up, you can almost see through the sort of like shaded, like gauzed up glass that cover her eyes, and you can just about see where they crease and where the whites of them begin, and these bright red pinpricks that kind of mimic the color of her hair. And she's just kind of looking at you, and when the moss kind of goes like, the first time when it looks like they're depressed, they kind of flare a little bit. But when you hear like the where it's like, we don't have much of a mind for this, an opinion about this. She's like, okay, and kind of like, that's the sort of feeling she has when she pulls away, confused, but is determined that maybe this is tolerable for now.
There's more to the world than she knows. And
Sure.
She has to accept it.
Whilst we're on the boot, I'm just gonna have my raven just kind of like not necessarily following the captain, but like just kind of keeping an eye on the captain, but doing it subtly.
Cool. Sure thing. Okay. What happens is you guys are sitting, you're relaxing, and it took 30 minutes to kind of take off, and you're about 10 minutes into your journey now, and the captain excuses herself after inspecting the moss just out of curiosity. The raven follows her. Would you like to make a stealth check for that raven, please?
Yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Sorry.
We're going to be wrapping up
Holly
soon,
just
don't worry.
arrived. Apparently we're wrapping up soon. Oh, that was a good stealth check. I'll use my raven stats, surely, than mine.
Yeah.
But I think that my raven has better stats than I do. Sorry, I never know where
Pretty
I
good
keep
for stealth.
I never know where I put my Where is my raven's shit? Is it on my extras? Ah, there it is. Yes, it is. It's on my extras. Delph +2. So yeah, 19.
19. Okay, so where she goes, the raven can follow without too much, without being noticed too much, you think. And the moment she goes out of sight, she rips off her face and she's a drow. Ha! No, I was waiting. She's not a drow.
I'm getting weird deja vu from this whole situation in a sort of way. We've got a captain with a mask. We're kind of stealthing, hiding out. We're disguising ourselves as cargo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not falling for the captain again. Well,
yeah.
Which is in my heart has fallen for this captain. They're so cool. Like,
yeah, like I think Cass is like super. Cass is kind of sicking the raven on her, but doesn't really like the idea of doing it because she feels connected. Because she's like, yeah, you seem to know like not to trade souls and to take trading people's lives and stuff is like a dangerous and stupid thing to do. And I appreciate that. It hurts, but I also appreciate it. But she is sicking the raven on her in a subtly way.
Of course,
she seems too friendly.
But we also have been betrayed one too many times before. Maybe two too many. Maybe three too many times before.
For sure. Maybe 10 too many times.
10 too many times.
One time is already too many times, guys. So just so you are aware, I have doodled her.
Ooh.
Just now. Well.
Oh, she's cool.
Oh,
that's such a cool aesthetic.
Also, Cass is low-key like kind of attracted to her.
Yeah, I knew it.
We found Cass's type. Let's go.
But Cass is currently playing Karen. And nobody finds Karen attractive.
You haven't seen her face once.
But Cass is like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It tracks. It all tracks.
Following her down, you do see she holds that whip that she had coiled in her hand, but she doesn't actually using it to actually attack anyone or any of her crew. She looks like she's holding it as like a kind of defense, like she's ready for anything at any moment. And you get the impression that the further she is a bit on edge, and you kind of remember, all of you, as you're kind of on the ship, seeing the three ships getting hit by that geyser, and the fact that it happened more than once in the last hour and a half or so that you've been here, very far apart in different places, but the randomness of it, you get the impression that I think, without having to do an insight check, I think this is a very human thing you understand. In the same way how when you feel turbulence on an airplane, you kind of hold the armrests tighter. She's got that kind of instinct now, even though it probably isn't going to do anything. She's like, every time she feels the ship shake, you watch her hand sort of clench a little bit over this sort of whip, just maybe it's something that's kind of helping her kind of like calm the nerves as she goes along. Other than that, that's the only thing you kind of really notice as she goes through. You get a bit of a look at her cargo. As she said, from the sort of surface, it does appear to be kind of like weapons. It appears to be metal sheets, and actually, make an intelligence check or investigation check. You can choose. It's going to
Am
tell
I
you different
doing that?
things.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
if I'm going through my raven's eyes, then I'll like
Maybe investigation is better.
investigation.
Yes, please.
No, sorry, that I caught it, but it did go off the thing.
Ooh.
That is a investigation. 15.
15. Okay. Out of 15, you kind of a look at some of the crates, and you don't really focus too much on just like one or think too hard about what each piece is for, why she would be transporting what, that kind of thing, which is what an intelligence check would have gotten you. But you do notice in one of the crates that she passes, there appear to be some strangely shaped parts, like almost looking like limbs or hands made of metal and wiring, but like busted and kind of broken. Cogs, which appear to be part of shoulder pauldrons, which look like they've been torn out or something.
I see.
If you
Cool.
want to make any sense of exactly what those would be used for,
Yeah, I think I'd make an intelligence check seeing that.
sure. Focusing specifically on that, you can make a check.
14.
14. You have heard tell of things like automatons and those kind of things. So yes, you maybe get the impression that's what those are.
Okay. Cool.
So maybe that's that.
Yeah, and just for the duration, my raven is just kind of going to be kind of like flying around the ship, trying not to make it look like the raven is literally following the captain, but that is what the raven is just double checking on. And like, I'm not going to be in my raven's eyes at any time, but anytime the raven kind of sees anything that is noteworthy or out of the ordinary or whatever, then it's going to alert me and I will go into its brain.
Yeah. Okay. You can sit like that. All right. And everybody, as you continue your journey across the sea of flames, every now and again feeling that kind of shake as the lava rises under your ship, you sit in your mossy fortress and see the city come ever so slightly closer. And I think we're going to wrap up there for this evening. So, good job.
Gosh,
boys. I think that this was one of my favorite sessions we've done in a very long time.
Chaotic.
I want to thank the Mossmen for their Legion-esque performance.
Give it up for the Mossmen.
Mossman!
Go Mossman!
I want to thank
Mossman featuring Karen and Susan.
the moth that came in to make me scream halfway through, and I don't know where it is now again. So we just pray. But yeah. Woo! That's all.
I'm excited to see where this goes. This is already like so intense.
Yeah, I'm interested.
This is
see how this
like
works out.
super stealth mission. I love it.
For sure. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. Cool. So, let's wrap up this stream. Shall we? Does anybody want to do a sign off this week?
The Mossman.
Oh my god!
The
Yeah.
yeah. Yes.
We can nominate one of you as the speaker of the Moss, and I feel like it should be Lily.
Yeah, it's got to be Lils.
I feel like it should be. Lily, are you there? Would you like to sing the Mossman theme tune? This is what that is apparently. Oh, maybe she's in the loo. If not, then Alien or Bluey. Anna, which one of you like to do it? Or not?
That's a no.
Could I?
Good day. You're a Mossman.
Okay. Could I?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for watching. We are the Mossmen. If you want to see how we fare, then join us. What's the next date? Hang on. I'll check my Mossman brain. The 30th of August. Yes, because we're not doing next Sunday.
I think
Yes.
that's right.
I think
Yep,
so.
we're
Sounds
not
about
doing
The
right.
30th. That's 3 something. 3 a.m. ish. 3:15 a.m. ish Texas time. Then
I am Moss.
GMT.
9:15.
It's like 9:15 a.m.
Mm.
And then in Tokyo, it will be 5:15 p.m. And Eastern Australia, not Queensland. I don't know if that's a different time at the moment. 6:15.
At the moment. Moss.
Mossman signing out.
Signing out.
Lots of
Mossman.
love.
Mossman.
Okay.
Before we
Thank you, everyone who. Oh,
I was gonna say, it keeps reminding me. Have you seen the thing of like the Inside Out dad? He looks like the lead singer.
Yes.
of one
oh
of the
my
dudes.
goodness! Yes, that makes so much sense. He does, doesn't he?
In his youth,
Hmm.
that's what he was a part of the YMCA
That's funny.
or of the Mossmen, we should say.
I was part of a band once.
Yeah, that meme exactly. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Wow,
Lots
we
of
done.
love.
All
Right. Thanks for watching, everybody.
All
We'll
right.
be back soon.
See you on the 30th. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.